Okay, we're live with the live streaming.
Nobody else is here?
Not yet, but here we go. Hey, Andrew.
Hey, Andrew. Hi. How are you? You're muted.
I'm not now.
How are you?
All right, how you doing?
All right. Hanging in.
Tired of this yet?
Oh, who isn't?
Ugh.
Sort of strange times.
Could you please repeat what?
What was that?
That was Siri on my phone.
Oh, Siri.
Annoying. I tried to disable it, but it doesn't seem to ever really get disabled, and it talks all the time.
You know, we discovered in Zoom cocktailing with friends, and we're recording this, so I probably should be more circumspect. But we found out that if you speak in a loud enough voice, you can activate somebody else's Alexa.
Oh no.
So we gave an entire Moody Blues album to my friend Paul, who really didn't want it.
Oh God, that's funny. I love the Moody Blues. I haven't even heard them mentioned in years.
Yeah, years.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Well, if it's just the four of us, this shouldn't take any time at all.
Yeah, right. Hi, Doug. How are you?
Hey, Doug.
Hi everybody. I'm all right, hanging in. My dad hasn't been great, so it's been rough.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
he's been
sorry.
falling a
Is he
lot.
home?
He's home, which is the goal, but he fell, and I got a phone
Oh,
call from my mother at 4:45 in the morning, and
Oh no.
I had to take a city bike down there to get him off the floor. And
Oh,
but God,
oh,
it's happened 3 times in the last week, so it's
Oh no.
yeah. But he's on some antibiotics. The doctor thinks he may have a low grade, like UTI or something, and
Mm.
so I'm. This is the whole world can be listening to this. I'm, literally had to run a urine sample to his office, and it's.
Ay, ay, ay. Oh,
I'm sorry.
That's terrible.
Thank you. It's the
Hey,
whole
Sarah,
world.
Elizabeth.
Hey, everybody.
Hey.
Yeah. You feeling better, Barbara?
Yeah, getting there. Yeah.
You beat it.
And Linda's husband just tested positive.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw the.
Oh, no.
Oh my! I saw the note on Facebook.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't see that. But
wow.
so far he seems to be fine. So maybe it's a really mild case, but who knows? I mean, for me, it's 7 weeks, almost 7 weeks, and it's still not completely over. You know, that things just come and go. It's really disturbing, distressing.
And Linda they live together, right? So she's
married to him. Yes, they do.
right. So she's got to get tested if they're in the same house, I suppose.
Well, she tested negative, so, and she has no antibodies, so, but you know, the tests are not that reliable unless they test positive.
Right.
So,
So she'd probably have to get tested.
More testing means more people testing positive. That's what.
Yeah.
Likely.
right, but yeah, I'm not going to get a test until the FDA approves an antibody test.
Yeah.
That's the point.
Wow.
Mhm. Well,
Saw,
I
saw,
watched the entire Senate hearing today,
oh,
4 hours of it.
Wow.
hey, Sarah.
Oh,
And then I listened to the whole Supreme Court today. Did anybody else hear that? It was fascinating.
I'd love to. I was too busy on Zoom calls.
Mm.
What was the issue before the court?
Oh, it was whether Trump has to give in his taxes or not.
Ah,
You know, it's gone through every single court in the land, and this, of course, is the highest one, and depends on how they vote on it. So I found it very interesting to hear the
vote not expected till late June, they said.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was two cases. The first was the House subpoenas, and the second was the New York District Attorney subpoenas.
Yeah, but they're basically
Lawyers
the same
uneducated.
issue. It's the same issue. It's just
Similar. Well, it's a
people.
different issue. Overlapping.
So Mark, you're going to open up the meeting at 7 or a little bit before 7?
yeah, right at 7, I guess.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure everyone knew we do have one joint item that Clark and I are presenting with the Transportation Committee together. It's a joint committee meeting.
You know, I'm showing only 11 participants, which means we see each other on the screen. Does that mean we have nobody from the public, Mark?
When we're ready to go, well, we're already live streaming, but when we're ready
Right.
to let the public, I wanted to make sure the committee co-chairs were all here first before I went. But I guess we can do that now. So we're broadcasting. So now we're live streaming as well as recording. And where's Meg?
I'm here. Hey,
No, I mean, I'm sorry. I was looking for you on, here we go. I was looking for you on the panelist screen
to promote me.
to promote you. You are hereby promoted.
Does anybody have the sign-in sheet?
Oh, how do we do that?
Go into chat,
Right.
chat and put your name, just put your name in as in the chat. That will record your presence in the meeting.
Oh, people are celebrating the 7 o'clock hour.
Yay.
I've noticed it's a little quieter.
I hear it.
Yeah, we can hear it.
It's more rowdy on the weekends, I've
Well,
noticed.
let's all do it for a second.
All right,
We are.
I'll be back.
Okay. I do it some nights, but not others. There's like a horn around. There's somebody in our neighborhood.
There's a horn in my area too.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a bugle on my block.
There's a little
And
kid across the
bells.
street from me that has one of those vuvuzelas from the South African
Vuvuzelas.
World Cup all those years ago.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, Ken. I feel like my neighborhood is louder than ever these days. Horns.
I think it's
Very
very
loud.
loud every day also. I don't think it's let up at all. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah, it's just as loud as it ever was.
The
Yeah.
weather's been good.
Mark, I see Colleen on as an attendee. Can you, or actually I can promote.
Why don't you do it? Yeah, go right ahead.
Yeah. And I see Rosa, one of our new members. I'm going to promote Rosa to panelist.
Great.
Courtney.
Courtney's already on.
Yep.
Hi.
Hi, Courtney.
Hey, Courtney.
Hi.
Nice to see you as a member.
Nice to be here as a member.
Yeah, welcome.
Yeah, welcome, Courtney.
You want to get started? We have our giant agenda.
Yes, we do. I was hoping that Jay would join us before we did that.
He's on.
Jay is on?
He is.
Come on, Mark.
Oh, there he is.
Thanks, Jay. Oh, there you are. Okay. All
Can you
right.
hear me?
Well, I'm going to jump in for just a second before I hand it off to the co-chairs and more co-chairs of the various committees, and with thanks. So welcome on my behalf to the May CB7 Transportation Committee. Thank you all for attending. I wanted to make a quick note that at the April Steering Committee, we had a lot of discussion about Transportation Committee and a lot of the issues that were brought up. And I'm grateful for everybody for sharing their views on that and for putting us into a position where we can move forward. I know that I was very heavily focused in that meeting on moving us forward, which may mean that there are still some things that folks felt were not fully addressed or vetted vis-a-vis the past. That was a conscious decision on my part to try to move us forward. So I apologize if that left some folks feeling like there were issues that were unresolved. But I do think that it is in the interest of the board and the community for us to move forward. And I'll just have to, and I own my part of that. But I thank you all for joining me in moving forward. One of the first, well, there's a couple of tangible results that came from that steering discussion. The very first was that the agenda for this meeting was up weeks ago. Obviously, it was tinkered with a little bit, but it was up weeks ago, and I'm grateful for everybody jumping on that. And I'm happy to say that other committees are following suit and are working on getting their agendas early and are adding to their agendas for this month a discussion of what the agenda for the following month and months should be. So I'm grateful for that. I think that will help us move forward the way that we talked about at steering. Another result of the conversation, you recall that I, notwithstanding the fact that the Transportation Committee has a pretty hefty size, it may be the biggest of our committees. I made a commitment that I would entertain anybody who wanted to join the committee. And Jay Adolph put his hand up and said that he wanted to take me up on that. And so as of tonight, Jay is a voting member of the Transportation Committee, and I want to congratulate and welcome Jay to that fold. Also, I wanted to just give a highlight. I think Clary already did, but just to make sure everybody heard, tonight, item 3D is joint with the Parks and Environment Committee. 3D concerns issues that are taking place in our parks. So the members of the P&E Committee will be co-equal members with the Transportation Committee on discussion and any kind of voting that ensues from that discussion. I thank you guys for joining us. I see that both co-chairs of that committee, as well as at least a couple of members, are here from there as well, and I thank you. Per request from the chairs of the Transportation Committee, we reached out to the police department, actually 3 precincts, the 2-0 and the 2-4, as well as the Central Park precinct. It will not surprise you, I believe, to learn that they are not able to join us tonight. And it's not just because we use the Zoom platform, because we offer them the opportunity to phone in. They are down between 10 and 20% of their force because of infections on their membership, on their comrades, as it were. And as you probably read, there are more demands on the NYPD now that we're closing the subways at 1 o'clock from 1 to 4. The NYPD has been tasked with not only vacating the subway cars, but the platforms as well. And
1 to 5.
Thank you, Andrew. I apologize. So there are a lot more demands on their time and fewer of them to meet them. So they send their best, and they will follow up on all of this and be available to us as we need them to be going forward. So that's all of my spiel. I will now revert to being the IT guy and hand the ball off to Howard and Meg, with thanks for their cooperation and help in getting all of this put together for this month. And so without further ado, the agenda and the floor is yours.
Mark, just on the way to do that, you might remind people that the way that board members reflect their attendance is by participating in the chat, because I see many people who've joined us and have not signed in.
So I'll just echo what Clary said, and perhaps if more folks, Clary, if you see folks joining us and I don't further encourage them to use chat to record their names, feel free to use chat to ask them to. Thank you for that. And again, Howard and Meg, go ahead.
Meg, do you want to kick it off? I usually do,
Yep.
so here's your big opportunity.
Yep, sure, that's fine. Hi, everyone. For anyone or any community members who don't know me, I'm Meg Schmidt. I'm one of the co-chairs of the Transportation Committee. One additional housekeeping item for community members. If you would like to ask a question during the course of the meeting, it would be really helpful to use the Q&A feature that you might see at the bottom. That has really helpful tracking. You know, we can kind of tick off whether they've been answered or not, and it's helpful to get your questions submitted through that mechanism. Okay, so we do have a packed agenda, as Mark said. Item 3D, which does concern parks, will be joint with the Parks and Environment Committee. But we have a number of things to get to ahead of that. And I believe the first item on the agenda relates to supporting the MTA during the COVID-19 crisis. And Andrew Albert, our colleague, actually drafted a resolution in support of the MTA. And Mark, do you have that prepared to pull up on the screen?
Sure, are you ready for that now?
Andrew, if you're comfortable, I'd welcome you to
Sure.
share any thoughts about that. And I'll simply note
sure.
I'll simply note a draft of this was circulated with Transportation Committee members close to 2 weeks ago. And the only edit made to it since that time is unfortunately to correct the number of fatalities among MTA staff listed, but otherwise it's the same as we circulated.
I think the resolution will speak for itself, but I would just add that as everyone is aware, the cleaning and the personnel and the labor costs and the securing the system now between 1 and 5 is just enormous. We did get some initial money from the feds. We've asked for an additional amount of money. It's nowhere near enough, but it's something that it sounds like we're going to get. About 14 nationwide transit systems are asking for additional, really important money, because if this goes into 2021, the loss of fare and tolls is just unreal. Plus, all of the labor costs are continuing. We're running 1,100 and some odd additional bus runs between 1 and 5 a.m. to make up for the loss of the subways. It's actually costing more to do that than running the subways was. The governor and Chairman Foy have made it clear this is only as long as the pandemic exists that we will return to 24/7 subway service, but the costs are just enormous. And so this resolution helps to address the thanks to all of the thousands of employees who are helping keep the system safe, running. And unfortunately now, from when I drafted this resolution, which was 82 lost members of the MTA team due to coronavirus, it is now in excess of 130, unfortunately. But so yeah, it's just horrendous. Not to mention, as everybody who has seen the news recently, MTA employees are also getting attacked all over the place. So it's just a terrible situation. We got to get back to normal as soon as we can, and hopefully the federal government will realize that the subways are the economic engine of New York City, which is the economic engine of this region, which is the economic engine of the entire US. 10% of the country's gross domestic product emanates from this region.
Yeah.
Do we have the text?
So thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you for providing those updates, Andrew, especially from your position and insights. Mark, could you pull up the resolution itself?
I think that's it. Would it be helpful if I read it? Or somebody read it? Because maybe the folks on, is there anybody on phone? Maybe not.
Mark, why don't you read it quickly?
Very good. So the draft reads as follows. The MTA is the economic engine that moves the entire New York metropolitan region, and this region is the economic engine of the entire Northeast, with approximately 10% of the nation's GDP produced here. And as the Northeast goes, so goes the nation. And Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the MTA has suffered devastating losses in ridership, as many are heeding the governor's call to stay home, resulting in a 95% loss in ridership on the subways, with close to 94% on the commuter rail systems and almost 90% on the bus system, resulting in unsustainable losses on the transit system, estimated by the end of 2020 to be in the area of $7 to $8.5 billion with a B, billion dollars, with no approximate time of recovery. And the MTA provides essential service for frontline healthcare workers, pharmacies, doctors, nurses, grocery employees, city employees who cannot work from home, resulting in over 100 MTA employees forfeiting their lives to keep the region moving safely during the crisis. And while the MTA will receive $3.9 billion from the CARES Act, this is a drop in the bucket given the burgeoning deficit and continued loss of dedicated funding from the Bridges and Tunnels surplus. And because of this crisis, the state legislature has agreed to use the quote, lockbox, unquote, from congestion pricing funds for operating support for the MTA, depriving the capital program and many projects provided for in the next capital program, such as station accessibility, CBTC installation, Rutgers tunnel repairs, and more on hold. And due to the pandemic, the MTA has been forced to undertake massive cleaning of all station surfaces, rolling stock, worker headquarters, etc., resulting in even higher deficits. And whereas the only way the city and the region can recover and get back to quote normal unquote is with a healthy, fully functional transportation system. And whereas the current formula by which federal transit funding is appropriated is by an outdated and unfair system by which New York, which has 40% of the nation's transit users, gets 16% of the federal funding. Therefore, be it resolved that Manhattan Community Board 7 calls on New York's congressional delegation to ensure that the federal funding of at least $5 billion is provided to the MTA as soon as possible, which will ensure that the New York region can begin to rebound and recover from the COVID-19 pandemic and have a fighting chance of survival. And be it further resolved that Congress change the outdated and unfair formula by which transit systems nationwide receive federal support, giving New York's Metropolitan Transportation Authority, which carries 40% of the transit users nationwide, with a normal 9 million riders a day, at least 40% of the federal funding. So this amazing and unique transportation system can continue to serve the residents, visitors, and everyone with the life-saving mobility we all need and deserve.
Thank you, Mark.
Are there any questions on this? I have a question. Is congestion pricing still on the way? It's still on schedule?
It's not on schedule. It was due to be imposed January of 2021. The feds have yet to tell the MTA what kind of environmental impact statement they want. Until they do that, nothing can proceed.
Wow.
I have a couple questions.
Yeah, I actually raised my hand to ask a question, so I'd like to ask if I could. I actually did a phone call for my day job with the head of the FTA, the Federal Transit Administration, Jane Williams, earlier this week. And, you know, obviously the MTA was heavily discussed on that call. I'm wondering if there's anything we can put in this resolution, even if it's just a sentence, including the FTA in that we need to be pushing them as well as our members of Congress. Andrew, you would know best. They are allocating all of the funds from the stimulus and the CARES Act. And, you know, they were touting all they had done for New York and saying it was, you know, it was a lot. It was so much more than all these other states. You know, obviously I spoke up and said I didn't think it was nearly enough based on living here, but they, you know, I think pressure needs to be put on the FTA.
How about this, Elizabeth? Under the be it further resolved that Congress and the Federal Transit Administration change the outdated.
Yeah.
That way they're entered into the reso.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Thanks.
So please
That's it for me.
the language, Federal
Transit Administration, FTA.
Transit Administration.
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Great. Thanks, Elizabeth.
Rich? You have your hand up?
I do. On the point of congestion pricing, I'm wondering if we included in the resolution a call for maintaining congestion pricing, just because the funding for it is that much more essential than ever to get money to the MTA as one issue. The other issue is the resolution is only talking about a current situation. And I fear that this is an ongoing situation. I had sent a study that I saw that was very unscientific, but said that a large number of people are not anticipating riding the subway again in 2020, if not longer, because of fears of their health in riding the subway. So number one, I think we need to call for any possible measure to make sure that the subways and the buses are safe for ongoing use. And there are some emergency measures in place now, but those are going to continue to be needed for the indefinite future. And so that needs to be part of it. And the funding is not a one-time crisis, but it's going to be an ongoing crisis until ridership gets back to normal. And the resolution doesn't mention that now, and I think it needs to.
As far as congestion pricing goes, that is state law. And the only thing holding that up is the feds telling us what kind of environmental impact statement they would like. So if you want to I mean, that's sort of a different issue and doesn't necessarily belong in this resolution. I'm happy to craft a resolution that calls on the feds to immediately give the MTA the answer to this question so that it can proceed with the environmental impact statement so congestion pricing can begin. But as far as getting people comfortable, I'm getting a briefing tomorrow afternoon, but I have been told by various sources that all kinds of new amazing technologies are being utilized. Apparently there's one formula that can keep germs and any kind of disease off metal surfaces for up to 90 days at a time. And that there is an ultraviolet light that is going to be tested on the buses, which kills coronavirus as well as other viruses, and that is being piloted. I believe that there's a coalition of transit advocates that is also asking the MTA for how they will let the public know how recently cars have been cleaned and stations have been cleaned. Of course, they are now cleaned multiple times in each 24-hour period. So that is going to be discussed at some point soon. But as far as the congestion pricing, I'm happy to craft a resolution to get that moving.
I have a couple of questions or comments. Howard and Meg, may I?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, in the first therefore clause, the resolved clause, I mean, therefore be it resolved clause, we're asking for federal funding of at least $5 billion. To me, that's ambiguous because above there, it says we will receive $3.9 billion from the CARES Act. Is this intending to ask for an additional $5 billion?
Yes, and we
Okay,
did
then you should
receive,
say that.
we did receive the first one.
Okay.
That
so-
has been received as
Okay,
of
so
now.
this,
So
it's at least an additional, I would say there. Second, there's an ambiguity, at least in my view, above about the, I think they're missing a verb. This is probably the third paragraph, because of the crisis. It's one about the lockbox. Wait a minute, the lockbox, right? You're there. Somebody's got the cursor there.
there, I see it.
Yeah, depriving the capital program and the many projects. So is it that they're not happening at all because the capital program is losing this money from one purpose to another, or just that they are being delayed indefinitely?
They're
It's a
being
good
delayed
thing.
indefinitely due to the use of capital funds for operating.
Well, I think you need another verb there, I think. Let's see, depriving the capital program. Something's wrong with, I don't want to try to fix it, but somebody can fix it. The third thing is where we talk about ourselves, we should use our correct name, which is Community Board 7/Manhattan. And that's what I have to say.
Great. Christian?
Yes, I just wanted to, in the comment that Rich made about including the resolution that make sure that the MTA keeps the system safe. We have to keep in mind that one part of keeping it safe is the cleaning that with the surfaces, but the other part is the density of usage. There's no way, there's no way of keeping safe distance on a subway system and a bus system if everybody's going to go back to work.
Yes, it's expected people will come back slowly, not all in one fell swoop. That they will be wearing masks until there's a vaccine. Everything is likely to change once there's a vaccine, and it's debatable when that will be. I've heard end of the year, I've heard January, but there's 3 of them that are currently being worked on. Hopefully one of them will do the trick. But yes, social distancing in a crowded subway is not going to be any easy task. There's talk about putting plexiglass panels in buses to keep people apart until we have the vaccine. There's going to be floor markings to let people know where to stand. And here's one of the real controversies. Because the capital program is being delayed because of the delay of congestion pricing and the use of the lockbox to fund operating, while we have this nobody paying fares and no bridges and tunnels being used to speak of, that delays the construction of CBTC and ultra wideband frequency signal systems in the subways, which will allow us to run more frequent service and make it easier to social distance. So we're sort of in a catch-22 right there.
There are 3 questions in the Q&A from Lisa Orman and Peter Arnson.
Yeah, I think we're going to finish with.
Before we go there, I wanted to catch up on drafting just so we don't lose the point that Clary made earlier. Andrew, in that paragraph, if I substitute the word depriving and instead say placing on potentially unlimited hold the capital program, et cetera, and then delete the on hold at the bottom.
How about placing on hold important parts of the capital program? Because not everything is on hold.
How's that?
Great.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead now.
Well, you have to take out the other part. Where it says that the many projects provided in the next capital program. It's like it's a little confusing having those 2 terms there together.
Potentially hold important parts of the capital program and the many projects provided for in that program. Why don't you say that? Provided for in that program. And leave out the next, there you go. Perfect.
You go ahead.
Okay, we still have another community board member who's had their hand up.
Steve Brown.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be brief, and it was a kind of a question that I would have waited to the end, but the timing seemed right. First, obviously, I'll support this and encourage everyone, and I don't think it's going to be an issue. I would also sort of support what I think Andrew was saying, is keeping this clean and straight for the MTA. If there's other issues like congestion pricing and other issues that could come up, I would just encourage that we keep them separate, and we could take them up separately as a committee, as a board, because I think it has some complexities to it. So I think a straightforward support of MTA is a big enough issue to keep pretty straightforward. And then I was going to suggest at the end, but there were some questions coming out in terms of future topics. I too have a lot of concerns just about cleaning and what is going to be the process and all of that. And I would just suggest or ask, I think it would be great if we could get someone from the MTA at our next committee meeting to literally present about what are those processes. I've heard a little bit of mixed messages a couple times in terms of the safety, and it's just a request, and I'll make it formal, but I think it'd be really interesting if we could get, again, somebody from the MTA to specifically go over what the cleaning process is, what the safety issues are. Obviously, we all use them. My son uses them to go to school, which he's not doing now, but again, I have some concerns about that and think that that would be an interesting request for a future meeting.
Sure, I can do that.
Andrew, I just have a quick question. In the event that the federal government doesn't listen to us and give the MTA the $5 billion, what is the plan?
Well, in a somewhat hopeful sign, the president's New York State controller, which is Councilman Borelli of Staten Island, has let it be known that apparently the feds are looking favorably on the next MTA request for money. That is great, but that is not the real large sum that we and other transit systems are going to need going forward. It'll get us possibly through 2020, but the longer this goes on and the slower it is for people to come back, and if people start commuting from home, who knows what. So I think asking for this is the right thing right now, but there is growing concern and demand for a federal, really ongoing federal aid for transit systems, as they are the economic engines of so many cities. So good point, Howard.
Yep. Barbara's had her hand up. Go ahead, Barbara.
Hi, I just wanted to tell Andrew, I think it's a really excellent resolution and really well written, and thanks for doing it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's a labor of love on my part.
We know that.
Anyone else?
All right. We do have some community questions related to the MTA. They're not necessarily specific to resolution wording, but Andrew, if you don't mind trying to take them right now, that
I
might be
can try,
valuable.
sure.
All right, so Lisa Orman asked, does the MTA think that it will continue free bus service for longer than the stay in place order?
I don't know the answer to that. I might know the answer to that after tomorrow afternoon. I'm getting a briefing tomorrow afternoon on cleaning and a host of other things, on the closure of between 1 and 5 a.m. on the homeless issue and how the city is dealing with that. So I'm guessing that once things return to normal, bus service won't be free, but cannot say that for sure.
Then Peter Arnson said, I have heard an expanded gas tax dedicated to the MTA proposed, also dedicated bus lanes to make buses speedier and more efficient. Some of these may be topics for future committee discussion as well. Andrew, if you want to comment on them right now.
Absolutely. I have long been an advocate for 2 cents a gallon tax on gasoline. People wouldn't even feel it. Gasoline varies from station to station by day of the week, and that would fund our transportation system to a great degree. That's really a no-brainer. A gas tax, I'm very much in favor of.
Okay, those were our community member questions on there. So does anyone want to call a question on Andrew's
Meg, before
resolution?
we do,
Sure.
I want to pick up on Peter's point and propose that we add in suggesting the gas tax in order to provide funding for the MTA.
It's a different, I think it's a bad idea. It's a whole different issue. I think that's a separate resolution.
Yes, I think
Or
we should.
different audience.
Water. I call the question.
Okay.
Second.
Howie, all those in favor?
Actually, just to make sure that
Mark, how do you suggest we vote?
I suggest that we vote by, well, remember, it's just the Transportation Committee this time.
Right.
And if you can please raise your hand using the raise hand function, that would be best. If it's not possible, then raise your hand physically, and the co-chairs and I will both find you.
Well, I'll raise my hand. Meg and I don't have the raise hand function.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Mine isn't working
7,
for some reason, but yes.
8, 9, and 10. Let me do that again. I've got, and Jay is raising his hand physically. Okay.
Yeah, for some reason, Mark, my raise hand function isn't.
Hopefully you see my raised hand.
I see your virtual raised hand. Please keep them up for a second. So I know, and Barbara is raising her hand physically too. So I've got Barbara, Andrew, Ken, Howard, Meg is 5, William is 6, Let me see. I've got Roberta is 7. Julian is 8. Doug is 9. Rich Robbins is 10. Sarah Lind is 11. Elizabeth Caputo is 12. Have I missed anybody? Let me just make sure
But it's not on transportation.
it's only transportation for this item. I have 12. Hearing no objections, let's take all right. So please now lower your hands. Oh, actually, I can do that. I'm sorry. Lower all hands. Okay, but you've done it. Thank you. Okay, now anybody, whoops, who's still got the hand up?
Sarah.
I just lowered hers.
Thank you. Okay, now please, using the same function or functions, please raise your hand if you are voting no.
Transportation Committee members voting no.
Correct. I don't see anybody going twice, sold. Anybody abstaining from the Transportation Committee? I think 12 is everybody, but
Yeah.
but we need to call the roll. And is anybody not voting for cause? So I have 12 to 0 to 0 to 0 among the Transportation Committee members. Now only non-committee board members, please. I'm raising my hand. I don't have the raise hand function. So I have 1, Clary is 2. Let me see, Doug McGowan is 3, Susan Schwartz is 4, Stephen Brown is 5. Let me see who else I got. I got Courtney is 6, Natasha is 7, thank you. Cindy is 8, Christian is 9. Is there anybody I haven't called out?
Rosa.
Rosa, there you are, thank you, 10. Anybody else? I've got 10. Please lower your hands. Right, let me try to do that. Well, let me do that. Oh, it's because it's not panelists. Okay, let me try now. All right, well, you've done it for me. Thank you. Anybody voting no? Non-committee board members voting no? I don't see any virtual or actual hands. And anybody abstaining? I don't see any.
Will a host upgrade Paul Fisher to panelist?
Say again, who's not a panelist?
Paul Fisher is an attendee.
Oh, thank you. Okay, where's Paul? There's Paul. Thank you for that. Hey, Paul, we just took a vote on the MTA resolution. How do you want to vote? With everybody's permission, I'll record Paul's vote later. Paul, if you see it, can you put in chat your vote and then I'll announce it over the air to make sure I got it right. But I've got 10 to 0 to 0 to 0. Does that work for everybody?
Yeah.
Very good. All right. So that resolution obviously carries.
Thank you.
Congratulate Andrew and the committee on that. That's terrific work. Thank you.
And Mark, just out of curiosity, who will make sure that this goes to the entire New York congressional delegation? Is that Penny's job, or is that the office, someone else, John, or?
I will work with Penny. Penny is the person who is the steward of these things. I am trying to take an active role to make sure we do these things the way you want. And Andrew, if there's a cover letter that has content and you'd like it to say, then by all means share that with me, or
I absolutely will.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Will this go to Borough Board too?
I will certainly include it in I don't know when the next Borough Board is. It's not on its usual schedule. I will certainly make a report on this, and actually, with your permission, I will share it with Rosie and April, if they're not on the call already, to make sure they know about that. Thank you for that, Doug.
Thank you.
Great, congratulations to everyone, not just Andrew. The next item on our agenda is the discussion of the mayor's plan to open streets to pedestrians and proposal for its implementation in our community. Mark received details of this program, and if Mark, you're willing to do this, would you mind briefing the meeting on what we've learned?
Sure. I think I shared the email that I got from the Department of Transportation on this, and I know Colleen is here with me. So Colleen, if you would please jump in whenever I get this wrong, that would be great. I think this will, whoops, no, I'm sorry, I did it wrong. Give me one second.
Yeah.
I'm trying to pull it up. Give me 1 second. I think that. Nope, that's not it. Give me one more second. Let's try this one. There we go. Okay. So in response to the mayor and the speaker calling for the and any number of other elected officials, I shouldn't limit it to that. The mayor, the speaker, our council member, our several of our assembly members, a lot of elected officials, the borough president for sure, have called for consideration of open streets. There's a separate issue being presented these days having to do with restaurants wanting to use open spaces as well. I'm not certain if those are coincident or competing or however, but there's a lot of interest in this, and the Department of Transportation circulated guidelines, which I have cut and pasted from the email and put on your screen now. I hope you can all see them.
Can you zoom in a little bit, Mark?
Can I do what?
Zoom in. There's a request to make the text appear a bit larger.
Well, let's see if I can do that.
Bottom right of your screen. Or bottom right of the Word program.
Bottom right of the Word program. Ah, I see. Okay, yeah.
Actually, if you have a touch screen, you can zoom it open and make it larger yourself if you're doing it on like an iPad or a laptop.
I think I've followed Meg's instructions and got you, I hope, close enough. So anyway, the Department of Transportation promulgated guidelines and essentially rules that inform the way in which open streets would be accepted. And it would require approval by the Department of Transportation as well as the NYPD, and I believe the fire department as well. And if you would take a look at the guidelines, there are several bullet points. I would call your attention to number 2, which prohibits them from being on bus routes, truck routes, or hospital corridors. And I'll note that every North-South Avenue in our district, other than West End Avenue from 72nd to 107th Street, is a bus route. I'm sorry, Manhattan Avenue from 100th to 106th is also not a bus route, but all the rest of them are. That you must have a partner. You must have a community partner willing to have a staffing plan that they will commit to providing, which would manage the open street, make sure that if it's not a 24/7 kind of thing, that it opens and closes as advertised, and that there are eyes on the street with respect to its management and implementation. There is an ambiguity that we asked for clarity on with respect to the last bullet point in the guidelines having to do with cross streets. And if Colleen is able to give us information on clarifying on that, it's not clear whether that means that all cross streets are just out or whether there is another limitation on those kinds of things. And then if you take a look, I'm going to scroll down to what the partners, these are the community-based partners that are necessary for this version of open streets in order to proceed. It's what's expected of them, and you can read for yourself that it is not a simple task. It does require some significant staffing and activity to ensure that competing uses of those streets are all used in the way in which we need them to be. And the last thing I'll note is the very last bullet point, that there's no funding for this. That we need community partners who have a desire to see this happen without being able to use city funds to pay for any of the staff that they need to provide in order to make this happen. I hope that is informative of what Howard and Meg wanted to discuss. And I'll leave this up for a minute as you continue your discussion.
In addition, I'll note that I put in the chat window, both for board members and community attendees, that there is a link online where you can see a list of streets that have already been opened as part of this, the exact location in different boroughs. None of them, to my knowledge, at least when I checked yesterday, none of them were in our district yet that we're aware of. And I also put a link that community members can see for the application, or community partners can see for the application that they would submit if they were interested in doing so. So that's in the chat window. And while I was typing those things, Mark, I know you highlighted that there are different interpretations for the cross streets bit. Apologies if I missed that, but I wonder if Colleen, yeah, she's on the phone at least, if Colleen wanted to speak to any of that or of these guidelines in general. Colleen, are you around? All right, we can circle back. Oh, she unmuted.
No, that was me unmuting her. I'm hoping.
Colleen? Okay, we can come back to her.
Yeah, we'll come back. Sarah?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I think that DOT's reliance on community partners is just really untenable. I think it always has been, but especially now when community partners are suffering as much as anyone else. I don't know that there's anything we can do about that right now, but possibly maybe a resolution asking DOT to, try a different method for some of these enhancements. I mean, it's not just this, it's, when we ask for safety improvements to the street too, they so often want a community partner to maintain it. And that's their job. They're the Department of Transportation. Their job is to maintain the streets. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Jay, you were next.
Jay, you have to unmute yourself.
I have a comment that's sort of in the form of a question. If we get into an overall substantive discussion, I have some thoughts on this, but according to the email that was sent to the district managers, one of the sentences says limited access to the street shall be maintained to allow for essential deliveries, emergency needs, and/or to retrieve a parked vehicle. And as Mark pointed out, the only north-south street that is bus route free is West End Avenue. And full disclosure, I live on West End Avenue, but the reconfiguration of West End Avenue a couple of years ago has resulted in the fact that there is only one driving lane now on West End Avenue, which it seems to me would make closing it and then at the same time requiring access to essential deliveries, emergency needs, etc., is pretty much impossible. And I would suggest that maybe this can be a relatively short discussion, because if there are no north-south streets available in our district, and cross streets means cross streets, I would suggest really that our district cannot accommodate open streets.
Jay, the way this works is a community group applies. There's actually an online application process for this. So we're not even aware of who's applying for what. And it's the city that makes a decision as to whether this street would be pedestrianized. So
well, I understand.
This is purely, what I'm trying to get at is this is really informational. There's nothing for us to do on this.
Oh, okay. You don't,
yeah.
So then it's not a situation whereby the board itself is going to make any recommendations one way or the other?
Not unless you want to get out on West End Avenue and man the street for yourself. No, it's only, again, the community partners would get online and apply. To my knowledge, no one has applied yet. Colleen might have more information, but a community group would apply. This is independent of the community board, and the city would sign off on whether it's approved or not. So it's just
okay, I was just going by the language of this email that was sent to district managers, which states pretty plainly that DOT is reaching out to the community boards to quote, gauge your community's interest and also capacity to manage. Obviously, the board is not going to do it, but I mean, that's fine. If all this is informational, then and the board itself is not going to render an opinion or an expression of interest or non-interest, then you know, my concerns and comments probably, I mean, I may make them, but are probably not necessary if we're not taking any action as a board.
No, with all due respect to the city, there's a lot that wasn't worded well in there, like the language about the cross streets, and as you point out, the language about the community's interest. They really just have an online portal where a community group would apply, and that seems to be the way this program will be rolled out, if it is rolled out.
Okay, do you know if there's any process if a community group applies and as an aside, I happen to agree with Claire on this, but if they apply and a DOT is inclined to do it, whether they, as they do with many projects, if they certify or accept a community organization to do this, and will they then consult the community board with regard to the selection of any locations?
I don't know. Mark, do you know?
I would refer everybody to the chat where Colleen is responding to some things by typing. I am aware that there was talk of the West 103rd Street Block Association applying, but as you said, I'm not certain that they actually have.
And Colleen was typing in there, cross streets are to remain open for deliveries and if residents live on the block. But Colleen, since you've been active in the chat, we wanted to loop back and see if you were able to speak or comment either to that, to process, to DOT vision for future community board engagement on this. And Lisa Orman notes that the 103rd Street Block Association did apply. Colleen, try one more time.
Well, if we don't hear from Colleen, the answer to your question, Jay, is no one here really knows if we are going to have any input into the decision.
Okay, I would just suggest that if we can figure out a way, Howard, whatever it is, a resolution or a letter or something that would request that before the DOT implements anything in any district or chooses streets, that it present the plan to the community board for review and give the public, particularly residents of those designated streets, at least an opportunity to be heard. If there's a simple way to do that, or a simple resolution or a letter or something that we can make it known to the DOT that before anything's implemented, they return to the community board with any proposal should one arise.
Okay, well, let's continue the discussion and keep that thought in mind. Clary, and then Ken. Don't forget to unmute yourself.
Okay, I got it. So while I agree with that Jay's thought is right, this really is addressed to the really, I think, what people perceive as the very immediate need to create these spaces. And given our schedule, I don't think it really works to have a review process that has any meaning with this committee, with the board, with any group of us that would be consistent with getting some of these spaces in our district, if there are any in our district, going.
Thank you. Ken?
first of all, I was just wondering, is it not possible for members of the community to speak at these meetings? They can only put questions in the Q&A or the chat?
Mark?
It's up to you. It's your meeting.
Oh, if we could unmute them, sure.
Sure.
I think that would be preferable, I think, and make it more like a real meeting.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know how to do that, though.
I do. So just when you're ready for it, let me know. And
Sounds good.
meanwhile, if folks who are attendees who want to speak live as opposed to in chat or Q&A, I noticed there's a couple of things in Q&A, by the way, for the chairs. If you would raise your hand using the raise your hand function. If you're on the phone, the way you raise your hand is *9. And the way you unmute yourself is *6. I should have said at the top. I don't know if anybody's on phone, but that's the way to do it.
Okay, let's go through the committee. Those are the easy ones. Christian.
I hadn't finished, Howard.
Oh, sorry, Ken.
I also had some comments on this. I think there's something like 20 shared 20 of these kinds of open streets in the all 5 boroughs, as far as I know. Unfortunately, none on the Upper West Side yet. There is a list on the DOT's website. I seriously doubt that any of them have gone through community board approval, and for the reasons that Clary gave, I don't think that's necessary. I agree with Sarah that it's really unfortunate that we need community partners to have a street that's safe, but when we have a street that's filled with fast-moving vehicles, somehow we don't need community partners, and we don't need all this bureaucratic falderall. We just let them go. So, but on the other hand, I think it's a really important precedent, because the DOT has maintained very tight control of our streets for many years. And finally, streets in a very tentative way, in a very temporary way, are being turned over to the community and the communities that use them. And I think that's an important precedent. And also it's also an important precedent that we're looking at streets that can be shared among users and are not just exclusively for the use of one type of user. And also, I'm just wondering how we as a community board are promoting this, how we're getting the word out, and how DOT is publicizing this, if maybe Colleen could tell us, and how we're communicating to people that it's not that hard to do, that in the end, a lot of 20, as far as I know, something like 20 different community groups have stepped forward throughout the city and are doing it now, and we could get and will be getting hopefully soon some more on the Upper West Side. But anyway, I think we need to be communicating that it's not difficult.
Okay, who else has their hand up? Christian.
Okay, just a couple of comments. One thing that the comment by Ken that this is a precedent, I think that's erroneous. The precedent has been set before. We have street fairs, different activities on different blocks. They close the streets for those. So the precedent has been there. Just that for the first time by city council decree, we can do more openly, but it still requires a plan. And the other thing is, I want everyone to keep in mind that we're in for several months of hard times in terms of that the city and the state have their budgets have been decimated. So we have to be conscientious about what we demand of our government in terms of services right now, because they won't be able to provide all services, and we're gonna be in for hard choices. So so we cannot flippantly say, do this because it's your responsibility. We just have to be conscientious as to what we're asking and what's reasonable.
Okay, Doug Kleinman.
Hi, I would like to know exactly what the community partners would be required to do. What exactly would they be tasked with? And that way we could sort of quantify if it's doable. I also want to know if this, depending on what the answer is, if this is if there really is any real responsibility, or real tasks, and if this is a way of sort of shugging the responsibility, and I'm worried about, I'm concerned that community partners may be reluctant to participate. Just like Sarah said, there's so many community partners are already going through very difficult times, but would there be any liability involved? We have Good Samaritan laws on the books, but I'm concerned about that. Do we know exactly what the partners need to do?
I don't.
I just put on the share screen the portion of the guidelines from the DOT that relate to what the partners are expected to do.
Thank you.
I'll leave that up for a
And
minute.
while I've just got the floor for 2 seconds, I just want to know, and this is slightly off topic, but to be discerned, even though the police are absolutely having challenges with illness and lack of personnel, I still think we should get the crash data every month.
Yep.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Natasha.
Yeah, hi. I just wanted some clarifications. I was wondering if we know typically who the proposing organizations are, what type of are they restaurants, who are they? And also, what's the time frame for these open streets? Is it just until the pandemic is declared to be over? Or not? I'm guessing that it is. And if there's a restaurant out on the open street, what about things like cleanup, etc., or rerouting traffic? I guess that is, as this document says, that would be the partner's responsibility. But I just wanted to clarify those things because I agree with Doug that there could be some liability issues here. Thank you.
I'll note a couple of things. Generally, partners are BIDs, business improvement districts, or some community block associations, those types of entities. Colleen from DOT noted in the chat that she just got her DOT laptop today and she's trying to work on some sound issues. So she's working on being able to respond with her voice. I agree, we need Colleen for a lot of these answers in terms of how they're publicizing or clarifying some of these rules. Lisa Orman shared in the chat from what she's heard from DOT that in terms of liability, that they won't fully indemnify, but they don't require liability insurance, whatever that means. So perhaps.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Colleen.
Hi, Colleen.
Oh my God, I have to tell you what a dilemma. I finally got my new DOT computer. So I'm trying to get adjusted with working remotely on it. So that's why I couldn't figure out the audio. But I've heard all of the questions. I think what will be good, because I myself may not be able to answer some of your questions, but I think what might be good is if you can, if Mark or anyone wants to put together a list of the questions that you have tonight, and I'll be more than happy to get those answered by this week and get it to the board. I don't want to misrepresent a response or provide you with inaccurate information. There's a lot that others are asking as well about open streets, about partnerships and organizations being responsible for, maintaining the area. And there's also questions of liability. So I think it'll be good if you all can give me, a list of the questions and I'll get them answered and I'll shoot it to the board by this week, okay?
Colleen, I think that's a great way to proceed. Again, this was purely informational. So I think if people could email their questions to Mark, I hate to volunteer you, to Mark, we'll compile questions. This is a program that's just been rolled out. Even Colleen doesn't have the answers. So I suggest people put even if you're not on the community board, put your questions into an email to Mark Diller and we'll endeavor to get answers.
Right, and we have been receiving applications from interested parties, block associations, community organizations. So we are actually looking at those streets and we're compiling all that information. And we will definitely share that with the community boards before we move forward. That is something we will do. Okay?
Great. So since this is just information, we have an incredibly long agenda ahead of us. Is there anything else on this program? Because again, we could get the questions, all the detailed questions answered by email. Anyone
So-
else?
So if I could just jump in, if there's anybody left on the Upper West Side who doesn't know it, my email address is markdiller, MARKDILLER, CB, the numeral 7. So markdillercb7@gmail.com. I would welcome receiving the questions that Howard referenced. Thank you, both from board members and from members of the community. Thanks.
Okay, if there's nothing else on this, we'll move to the next agenda item, which is composed of several specific, it's a general item, and there are several specific issues that people have raised under this general item. The general item is discussion of enforcement of traffic and parking rules during the COVID crisis. And the first specific item we were asked to discuss under this is the alternate side of the street parking, which has been suspended for a week, will then be back in place and then will be suspended again. Meg, is there something you want to say on this, or Mark?
Yeah, Mark's gonna pull up the latest dates that we have for it, just for everyone's convenience and community member.
There it is.
Convenience. Okay.
You have
I
it?
know people were raising this both with the district office and committee members and full board members in terms of cleanliness and so forth, when as of a couple of weeks ago, it was just kind of suspended and pushed back. But within the past, I guess, 48 hours or so, we've gotten these updates. So I'm not sure if seeing these updates and that there will be some resuming of cleaning and then back, and presumably they will continue to assess this as they consider how to keep handling the pause and reopening and all those various discussions. So I'm not sure if there's more to discuss, but of course, if committee members or community members, anyone would like to discuss this further, it's welcome. Mark?
Just wanted to note the part at the bottom. This does not pertain to metered parking. So if you're parking in a metered space, the normal rules and obligations apply.
Any questions, comments, criticisms on this? Okay, hearing none, we'll move along. The long agenda, the faster we go, the better. Another item under this enforcement heading is permitting healthcare workers to park vehicles in unused construction zones or other spaces. Barbara Adler suggested we add this. Do you want to say something about this, Barbara?
Brought to me by a friend of mine. He's a pulmonologist. He works in a hospital in Queens. He's working 24/7, really, 7 days a week. He drives to work. He comes home, he's exhausted, and he can't find a place to park in the neighborhood. And last week, or whenever I suggested the item to you, he saw a construction zone near his house and he parked there and left a note and his card on the dashboard. He has MD plates. And when he exited his car, he noticed that a car that was parked right in front of him had a similar note, and it was from a nurse who was working at some hospital, which she named. She had also left her card, and she said that she was exhausted, that she'd been working for 12 hours and had to be back at work. Anyway, it struck me that, we applaud these people every single night. We think that they are really doing a spectacular job, and maybe there's something else that we could do during this period that could be helpful to them in this respect.
Thank you, Barbara. I know, point of information, since you gave us this resolution, the governor has announced that construction will be reopening this Friday. So I just note that as a point of information.
Yes, and I know that also, and I don't know that that's the only option. Maybe it's just too complicated. It might well be too complicated, but at the time that I came to my attention, I thought it might be something interesting for us to discuss.
Right, and that's why we put it on the agenda.
Yeah.
Any other questions, issues? Anyone want to speak on? Oh yes, Rich Robbins.
So, yeah, I think the sentiment is great, and I think we should be creative and think about how we do this. To me, there's a who, a how, and a where that are all concerning with the way the resolution is currently worded. In terms of the who, I think it would be need to be extremely clearly defined who would and would not qualify, because we say doctors, nurses, and caregivers. Who would define that? And is it any doctor, or would the doctor have to specifically be working on emergency response? And how would the traffic enforcement agents know who does or doesn't have involvement? As far as caregivers, how do we define that? Is it anyone who's taking care of a friend or a relative? Is it someone who's working in a specific healthcare facility or nursing home? Are we including policemen, firemen, pharmacists, food workers, people working at homeless shelters, food banks? I mean, any of them are possible. I think we would just need to think through who they are and who does and doesn't qualify. In terms of the how would they be identified? And are we issuing records, or are we just telling people to write handwritten notes? Are we calling, in terms of enforcement, I assume that we'd be calling on the police not to ticket people with whether it's official plates or placards or handwritten notes. Now that's already happening, because currently if you have either volunteer ambulance service or EMT plates, the traffic enforcement agents don't ticket. So, and I don't know if they ticket MD plates. So I think we need to know what they're currently doing and see how it changes. We'd also have to think through the timing. And is this just for people who work day shifts, so for overnight, or is it during the day as well? And do meters count? So we'd have to very clearly define the how of how it works. In terms of the where, I'd be worried. I think there's a spectrum of spots that would be okay to ones that are definite no's. So I think we'd probably all agree that fire hydrants, we're not comfortable having first responders park in front of fire hydrants. But who's defining, if we're putting out a call to the police saying, don't ticket these people, and again, there are questions of what that would be. I think saying this is assuming that there are spots available in the neighborhood that people could safely park, but DOT has made those spots illegal. And I have enough faith in DOT that there aren't a lot of spots out there that people would just, that are potential spots, but are currently, through some miscalculation by DOT made them illegal, but it would be safe to park there. So I think we'd have to think through the where of what spots we're calling on the police to say you can park here, you can't park here. And again, is it spots in front of churches? Is it narrow streets? Is it on sidewalks? Is it double parking? Is it close to intersections, in crosswalks? The resolution just says other spaces, and I don't know how we define that, and I don't know how we communicate that. Also, construction sites are reopening, so how would we know which construction sites are or are not reopened? And how would the traffic enforcement agents know what other spaces are or are not okay? So I think it's a great sentiment, but I'm troubled by a lot of these questions. Also, DOT already is issuing special permits for COVID-19. So we could ask Colleen what those specifically are and how you get those. But maybe it's a matter of just steering these first responders to get those official permits.
Yeah.
Rich,
I'm sorry, Rich. I don't mean to interrupt you.
Go ahead, Colleen. If you could answer that. I just have two thoughts afterwards. But.
Yeah, Rich, you're absolutely right. You raised questions and you're on point. I think we have to be very careful in allowing first responders or nurses and doctors, frontliners, with parking near or within construction sites, because you're absolutely right. There are construction sites that are reopening and that will be reopened. And, the workers need to have the work that they're doing there. I think the other thing is that we have been working with the temporary parking permit, and we've issued quite a large number of that. of the permits to the hospitals, which are responsible for the distribution. The hospital administration are the ones who distribute the permits. The other thing is that we've had questions in the past about whether, the doctors or nurses can park, in areas where there's truck loading, unloading, and of course they can. They can, and they can park in areas where, they don't have the meter, because we do understand, the pressing need for them to find a spot. But if we're going to allow them or say it's okay for them to park near a construction site, then what's going to be next? Where else are they going to want to park? So I think we have to be very careful with how we are phrasing this and as well as allowing it.
Okay,
So-
Barbara has her hand up.
Howard, I wasn't done. I have thoughts, but Colleen was responding to my question. So and I totally agree with Colleen. I think calling on the police to ignore otherwise illegal activity, even though the sentiment here is great, is just something we want to think very carefully about. My two ideas, though, one is, to the extent that a number of people are out of town, we might call on people who are out of town to give their spot that they're already paying for in garages to first responders. And it's a question of how to do that. The other more creative idea that I have, which I'd like to propose as either a friendly amendment or as an amendment, is I would love to see every block designate 2 or 4 spots, maybe the first 2 spots on each side of the block for first responders. So these would be legal spots, whether they're, I guess, the alternate side spots, and just designate those spots as saved for first responders. We can mark them in chalk. It would be having people just asking other residents not to park in those spots so that the first responders would be able to do so. You could mark them in chalk. You could put up basic signs. It's not calling on any illegal activity. It's not calling on anyone to ignore traffic laws. It's just asking people to save spots so that first responders would be able to have those spots.
Who would enforce such a situation?
Exactly. Who would enforce such a situation, and who would, the markings? We have so much on our plate right now with essential workers being out there with our inspectors. And the thing is too, is that the first responders, if there are schools nearby, because school is out of session, they can park in those spots where you have the no parking school days regulation from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. They can utilize those spots as well.
Right. Before back to Barbara, I want to acknowledge that I think when sharing around the draft agenda, I included background that Barbara shared with us. My read of it was not that it was drafted as a draft resolution itself, but background for this type of discussion that she wanted to have. So I think these were some of the questions she was wondering as well. Barbara?
Yeah, since I gave you this item, I have given it a tremendous amount of thought myself. And I think it's extremely complicated. And I agree with all the other comments that were made, Colleen, Rich. I think that unless, God forbid, this went on for 2 years and the city were to issue some kind of official a placard that people could put in their cars, this is probably not a workable situation. So
we did have I'm not familiar with the full details of it, but we did have someone post in the Q&A window, and I put it again in the chat, that there is some sort of placard program for emergency health workers. And there's a link to an article about it. Perhaps within that article, there may be a link to finding more information, but I think Rich or somebody mentioned that perhaps that is a role we could serve in terms of advertising, maybe in CB7 e-newsletter, we include a link to that program or something like that, if there's a way we can help connect folks to it.
Okay.
Good idea.
Nice thought, though.
Yeah, we can certainly put that Meg's idea on the website too.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like Ken put his hand down. Clary?
Oh, I'm not muted, right? I'm not muted. So when I raised my hand a little while ago, it's because I had not seen a draft of a resolution and didn't want to vote one way or another without at least seeing what I was voting on. However, since then, I have become very strongly persuaded that this was a well-meaning but totally impractical idea for reasons that other people have discussed. So I suggest we either withdraw the idea or I'm prepared to vote no.
Oh, there's nothing on the table, so we'll
Right,
just move
okay.
on.
Okay.
Okay, Meg, do you want to pick up from here?
Sure, happy to. All right, and is everyone fine moving on with the understanding that we, as a follow-up item, the transportation co-chairs can work with Mark and try and look into that existing placard program and include it in CB7 communications? Okay. All right, what else we got here? Okay, the next item was also related to parking and during the COVID-19 crisis, but was raised by Ken and was actually related to permitting healthcare workers to park more parking for bicycles near healthcare facilities, noting some similar challenges with commutes. It may run into some of the similar issues that we were raising with the other item, but Ken, do you want to speak to this?
Okay, I'm not recommending that bicycles be allowed to park in any place where they're not allowed to park now. So that's a difference. But there is a demonstrable shortage of bike parking around hospitals. And it's really, there are two problems. One is that city bike docks are near our big hospitals are filling up. And for instance, I can give you a few statistics. As of early April, the parking dock at First Avenue and 16th Street, which is near three major hospitals. No, that's near Mount Sinai, Beth Israel. It went from the 38th busiest in the city to the 8th busiest. 72nd and York Avenue, which is near three major hospitals, went from the 162nd busiest to the 18th busiest. And also the bike parking, the dock near Mount Sinai, where we often go for our meetings, or used to go, is also that dock is often very well used. And the other problem is that there is not that much bike parking as it stands, bike racks and such, around hospitals to begin with for people who choose to ride their own bikes. I just know from experience at Mount Sinai, where we have our full board meetings often, Amsterdam and 59th Street, there is one small bike rack under the portico, which can really safely accommodate only a few bikes. And it's a very old style kind of rack that's dangerous to use because you can't really adequately park to it. So I end up walking to a street sign, which is technically in sort of a legal gray area. And then I think there's one other rack on Amsterdam Avenue. And that's it for that whole hospital. So I think this resolution calls on the city to do two things. It calls on City Bike to look at its supply of docking stations and to add to that supply where necessary, and to call on the city to work with hospitals to expand bike parking near the hospitals, at least on a temporary basis.
And just point of information, so you're looking to combine 3C with item 4?
Yes.
Yeah,
I think
that's the original.
Great.
And Mark, apologies in our back and forth of things to project. I don't think that was on there, but I can copy paste into the chat window for everyone to see the language.
I got it. Hang on.
Okay.
I think I have it. Wait a minute. 3E, no, where's 3C? Give me a sec. I think this is it. Is that it?
Yes.
Okay.
I think there's some questions from the committee.
Okay, Elizabeth, why don't you go first?
Sure. I guess I'm just trying to figure out, to me, there's a difference between what Ken just described about more bike parking, which I think we all want for healthcare workers, and the city bike issue, which I think is much larger. And as we discussed at past transportation meetings, we are trying to really focus on what is most urgent for the COVID crisis right now. Things are changing by the day. I think city bike is an issue not just for first responders and for transportation, for hospital workers at this point, but for a lot of different folks. And I don't think we've done enough as a committee to look at the underbanked and the underserved who cannot use credit cards to use city bike. And so again, I would just like us to be thinking about our committee's priorities right now in terms of the COVID crisis and also the income inequality in our city, and city bike servicing a select few of people versus a lot of folks who really need to use bike and other transit, but don't have the means to do so. So I would be in favor of separating these two and having them voted on separately.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Jay?
Yeah, I first raised my hand so I could see the resolution, so thanks for that. I mean, I think providing as much parking as possible for health workers, both automotive and bicycle, is a good idea. I'm concerned about the inclusion of city bike and asking them to increase their docking stations for a whole host of reasons. And as a new member of the committee, one of the things that I'm going to request is really at some point in a way that the chairs think is appropriate, including possibly getting somebody in from City Bike. I think there are a whole host of issues.
Just Jay, point of information. I can't tell you how many times you've asked for someone to appear. At least half a dozen times. They've never appeared.
I'm sorry, you say you have asked?
Oh, at least half a dozen times.
And they just refuse?
Yep.
Okay. Well, we'll talk about that offline.
Yeah, we can talk about that offline.
Unfortunately, we don't have subpoena power.
We don't.
But in any event, I would just make the point that in the resolution we passed at the last full board meeting about supporting the establishment of temporary bike lanes and in encouraging City Bike to increase the number of available bikes and to redistribute them. There was I proposed language which was accepted as a friendly amendment to specifically make it clear that we were not asking for additional City Bike docks, because that raises a whole host of other issues. And I note that this proposed resolution is in fact doing the opposite. And I would ask that the reference to City Bike be deleted from the resolution. And as I said, I think we need a real comprehensive overall look at a whole host of issues with regard to the City Bike operation. And I mean, I personally would vote against anything that calls on City Bike to expand the facilities that they have now. I can't imagine that there aren't other ways to provide even temporary bicycle racks, since this is focused on parking. I mean, it's been done before. We've seen these metal bike racks that are like a rows of openings for bikes. So I don't think we need to raise a whole host of issues that attend requests for permanent changes. And I had a real concern last time about the establishment of so-called temporary bicycle lanes. And I'm somewhat suspect of saying that any of this, especially something that would require the kind of infrastructure that establishing new city bike docks would entail, that they would in fact be temporary. And if they're not, then they require a much more extensive discussion with community input and so forth. And so for that reason, I think we should modify this to take city bike out of the equation and perhaps call upon the institutions themselves, the hospitals, to work with DOT to supply more bike racks to solve this problem, assuming it's a real problem.
Thank you, Jay. Ken, do you feel comfortable separating it out, or how do you want to proceed?
Yeah, that, I mean, if that's okay with me, if I could just address the doing that though. And I don't know, I was in the park today walking around, and I have never, Central Park, and I've never seen the air so crystal clear as it was today. And I've noticed that before, and it was just that today it struck me just how crystal clear the air seemed. And then I realized what the reason is that we've had a dramatic reduction in the use of motorized vehicles on the streets, something like 60 to 70%. So I think we can go back to having a vibrant economy, and we don't necessarily have to settle for dirty air again. And one of the ways we do that is to make sure that we're doing everything that we can to promote alternatives to motorized vehicles. And one thing that we don't want to have happening at our hospitals is an emergency worker going to the hospital in the morning and finding a city bike rack filled and having to go a mile away to find a docking station that isn't filled. I think we should make it as easy as possible for essential workers and everybody else in the city to choose a form of transportation that's helping everybody. And it does bear reminding us that the reason COVID-19 is so lethal is in large part because of air pollution, because of people's compromised lung capacity. And that's one reason why it's so lethal in cities and lethal for people who have conditions like asthma. So whether we want to separate it or not, it's really important that it be voted on, because the last thing we want is to discourage essential workers from taking a form of transportation we should be promoting.
Thank you.
Before calling on additional folks with their hand raised, I want to note that within the Q&A window, it's under the answered section, but Colleen mentioned that DOT is currently working with hospitals in Manhattan to install bike parking. So Colleen, whether now or if you need a few minutes before you unmute yourself, it would be great to hear any comments you have from DOT about what DOT may be doing and how we might want to keep that in mind with any final wording of the resolution.
So you're absolutely right. There is an urgent need to provide bike parking for the essential workers. And we have been working with several hospitals in Manhattan, just to name a few: New York Presbyterian, Columbia University, New York Presbyterian, Weill Cornell, and NYU Langone. Bellevue, Mount Sinai, and the New York Downtown Hospital. We're currently working with them to install additional bike parking near their facility. And we have been, gathering that list. So within the next few weeks, there are going to be additional bike station parking for essential workers, just so you know. You're absolutely right. Yes.
Meg?
Okay.
Maybe I should withdraw the
Sorry, I was trying-
non-city
So Colleen, do you think it would be,
city bike.
sorry, Ken, go ahead.
I'm sorry, nothing.
I'm fine. There were folks who had been waiting before Colleen's comments with a few other thoughts that still have their hands up, so I'm fine taking those. Christian has been waiting for a while.
Yes, I wonder if also if Colleen verify or confirm this. If I recall from the mayor's briefing when he talked about the extending the opening streets up to 100 miles, I think that he also mentioned that part of that plan included more city bike stations and more temporary and even more permanent bicycle lanes.
That's right. And as a matter of fact, we have a call tomorrow to talk about adding additional infill stations citywide. And we are looking at, the bike lanes, seeing what we can do. I know we had proposed, or we made a presentation to Community Board 5 on 6th Avenue, and there was talks about if we could implement some temporary barricades to allow that. I don't know if that's possible, given that it's such a long stretch, and with having barrels or cones out there, if we have the capacity to install those right away, I don't know if that's doable at the moment. But yes, there are talks of adding more bike lanes as well as city bike docks in Manhattan, yes.
Colleen, just point of information, the Central Park West lane, the remainder of the lane, is there any way that's already been laid out and everything? Is there any way that could be implemented on an expedited basis?
That's a priority, and it's already on the list to be done, to be completed. So we don't have any plans to remove that because we want that to be completed this year. So.
Okay, but I was saying the other thing that maybe it could be expedited is it rolled into this whole COVID response.
Yeah, okay, I'll take that back. Yes, I'll share with Ted Wright and with Ed.
Who's next? Clary has her hand up.
Yeah, with regard to the second part of the resolution concerning asking the city and DOT to add bike parking near hospitals, from what Colleen has said, it sounds to me like that essentially is moot because they're doing it already. And if Ken is willing to withdraw that part of it, then I think that's great. Is that a yes, Ken? Because otherwise, I guess maybe it's unnecessary for me to say this, but I think the last thing about taking street parking spaces away was going to cause us a disaster at, even if we wanted to vote for it, was going to make a very unpleasant full board meeting on this. And if we can just say it's moot, don't do it.
Let me just say what we said about Barbara's resolution. The intent was fantastic, but events are moving so quickly,
Exactly.
I think both have become moot. So why don't we move on to the city bike portion of Ken's request? Does anyone have anything to address with regard to that? Natasha, you have your hand up. Does that,
Yeah.
Again, we're moving just to the city bike request
Yeah.
now.
Yes, my comment about the city bike issue is that isn't it possible to ask city bike to just reallocate bikes a couple of times a day from docks that are full to nearby docks that may not be as full, and specifically prioritizing docks that are near hospitals? Maybe that could be a solution.
We can ask. We've already asked that through a resolution with the full board. That was actually in our full board resolution, asking them to, that was Rich's suggestion, good suggestion, and we put it in there. So we've already done that in a way.
If I may comment on that, a part of the issue there is that if you take, even if they take the bicycles away, they need them for the back trips. They arrive in those bicycles, they need them to go back.
Yeah, so the idea would be for City Bike to keep an eye on it, like, a couple of times a day. So.
Yeah, it's called rebalancing, and they supposedly do it. I don't know how well they do it, and we definitely called for it in our last full board resolution.
April.
Mark.
Thank you.
And since you did call for it in a resolution that was adopted by the full board, all we'd need to do is write another letter for that, if that is the decision. Anyway, thanks.
Rich has been waiting for a while.
Yeah, just to respond to a few things. Elizabeth first, I see she's put in chat that we should talk about making sure that City Bike is accessible for people other than first responders. And I think that's a good point. I think it's just not the topic on conversation right now. And I propose that, as we talk about next month's agenda, we talk about just the future needs for transportation and the urgent needs. And we do that. In response to Jay, for those who don't necessarily either bike around town or have their own bike or ride a city bike, they're two completely different use cases. And obviously one big issue is if we say, there's increased regular bike parking in front of hospitals, so we don't need to expand City Bike. A lot of people using City Bike don't have their own bikes. Many because they don't have any place to put them, many because they live in walk-up apartments. They'd have to carry the bike up multiple floors. There are any number of reasons why people might not have their own bike. Even if they do, there are different use cases where if you're going to, I don't know, if you're a first responder and you're going to a hospital, but you're going to be working all night and not want to leave early in the morning, you're not going to want to take your own bike with you, or if it might rain. So there are any number of reasons why they're very different use cases. And you really need to look at them separately. And I do think, especially assuming the information Ken gave is accurate, that the City Bike stations near hospitals have dramatically increased in usage. Yeah, we've already called for rebalancing. I think that's essential, but you need to expand the system. And if first responders are using City Bikes to get to hospitals, we want to make sure they don't ride there and find that there are no spots available and need to start looking all over town to find a spot for the bike. And that's why you increase capacity. Also, to Christian's point, if they're riding home, you want to make sure there are enough bikes there. So if you rebalance to create extra spots and don't have that many stations, then they might leave work and there not be any bikes there. So there's a big argument in all areas to expand capacity. And I do think it's important.
Okay. Elizabeth, you wanted to speak again, or is your hand still up?
Can we put the resolution back on the screen?
Well, the resolutions have been changed because we're taking out the wording regarding increasing bike parking by hospitals and just leaving in the wording regarding the expansion of the City Bike program. So all the comments should be on that.
Yeah, I mean, look, my issue is not that I don't want there to be more city bikes for first responders and for hospital workers. Nothing could be further than the truth on that. What I do think is, we have limited number of bites at the apple with how we present things related to City Bike with the city and with City Bike itself and with city officials. And I'm just of the opinion that we're transitioning now. I mean, God willing, the situation is going to get better at hospitals. We still have a perpetual problem with underserved people who are either out of work or who are living in parts of the city that are underserved by transit, or who, God forbid, have to get on the subways during a time when it's unsafe for them to do so. And my feeling is just a strong one that we need to focus any resolution we do on City Bike to really look at the big picture and not just focus on hospital workers right now, that it needs to be broadened. And I'm happy to vote on this tonight, I guess, but I don't think for our committee, I think we need to devote a lot more time to looking at how alternative means of transportation are gonna serve not us, not the people on this call, not those of us who have the comfort of working from home, but for the people who don't have the comfort of working from home, and that's not just hospital workers.
Agreed. I think Ken meant this as an emergency measure to help the people who are working in the hospitals. That's what it was intended as.
Howard, if I may.
Well, there was a queue. Okay, if you want to go.
Well, Rich was responding to me, and I just wanted to point out something that everybody should understand what the realistic effect of a resolution like this is when you use the word temporarily increasing docking capacity. If your goal, as Rich's seems to be, and as Ken seemed to be, to simply increase the city bike use, then propounding this resolution, they should say so. I think that I'll give you a quote that I happened to read a while ago from State Senator Jessica Ramos when they were talking about temporary bicycle lanes. And the quote was, "Improving our bike infrastructure now will benefit New Yorkers long after this crisis is over." So I think we should just recognize that putting in the investment and the structure of city bike stations and bicycle lanes, that if we're voting on this, we're voting on it as something that is going to be permanent.
Okay, well, Jay, I tend to take my fellow committee members at their word, so I'll leave it at that. Who else has raised their hand?
I'm not questioning the committee members. I'm just, the reality, in my opinion, the reality is that once you establish this kind of infrastructure, it's not going to be removed. Whatever the intention is, Howard.
Okay. Sarah?
Yeah, I just wanted to, I'll just quickly say, as a personal matter, that I've never been a biker before because I found it too scary and I love the train, but I'm not taking the train anymore and the streets are a little more empty. So I actually have been using city bikes to go to volunteering opportunities, and it's been great. So I'm definitely in support of increasing those opportunities as much as we can. And it's true, it's not just medical workers who are using them. More importantly, I wanted to just follow up on Elizabeth's point because I think she raised a lot of really good points. I'm curious if she has more like concrete suggestions for language to put in here. I don't think it's a terrible idea to add in, if we are doing a city bike resolution, to add in something about equitable access. I think I thought I saw something else on the agenda specifically about like delivery, frontline delivery workers, also who are using bikes and how we might support them. So I would be in favor of that. And I just was curious if Elizabeth had any concrete language.
Yeah, the concrete language would be to expand this. And you know, again, I think this part of the issues with all these COVID resolutions, you guys, is that stuff is changing. Policy is changing by the day. So what de Blasio may say one day about something that's happening, or Colleen, you know, to your credit, I know you're working really hard, but I know that policy is just changing on a dime with how things are working on the transportation front in this city. I think what we can do as a committee is put forth, you know, a concrete resolution that includes hospitals, that includes, you know, underbanked. I just think we need to make a priority. The reality is, and Andrew, you would know this best, but I mean, transit is the lifeblood of our city. It's not coming back for a while. We're not going to be able to use it. And there are a lot of people beyond the people on this call who don't have any other options but to use transit unless we give them another alternative. And I just feel very strongly that our committee should be focused on that if we want to get the city back to work. You know, I think the hospitals are clearly important. Hopefully we've, you know, reached the apex, or, you know, are getting beyond it. There's still going to be a lot of sick people in the city for a long time. And I absolutely think we need to make sure that, you know, hospital workers have a right to get to and from work in an equitable way and be able to use City Bike if they need to. But I think that's far from the most important and most urgent issue in our neighborhood and in our city right now. And so I would be reticent to vote on something that just dealt with hospital workers at this time. If it had been a month ago or 2 months ago, sure. But right now, I think that we need to be thinking a little bit bigger picture and adding a few more things to this for the city bike thing if we're gonna make it stick with, you know, and make it try to make something happen or our elected officials listen to us. So that's the best I can offer.
Yeah, I mean, I think I like that. And again, maybe, I'm not sure whose resolution it was about the delivery workers. If that was Ken too, maybe he can speak to if there's some way to combine them. But just to add language here about how critical this kind of infrastructure is going to be for many, many frontline and critical workers in our city.
Can I speak?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. And if we can easily include language such as Elizabeth suggests, that's, I think, very important, because we are going to be, people are not going to want to get back on the subways for many months. And unfortunately, the alternative is going to be driving, and that's not going to benefit anybody if that's what people are turning to as an alternative. So we need to make it as easy as possible to adopt other alternatives. So I'd be all in favor of putting, if we can do it easily, to put some wording in here that would say that we call on City Bike to make it possible for low-income workers to use the program with a minimum of difficulty, however you want to word that. But if it's going to take a while to do that, then maybe we should take that up next month and do this emergency thing this month while we still have many, many patients going to the hospital with COVID.
And just so everybody knows, there are additional bus services serving hospital areas. MTA has, especially between 1 and 5, to make up for subways, they've put a lot of additional routes to serve major hospital centers. So that is also an option, at least in the middle of the night.
Barbara's had her hand up for a while.
I wanted to agree with what Natasha had to say. Nobody commented on it, but I thought it was an excellent idea. That certainly, if you're really concerned about healthcare workers being able to park their city bikes in front of hospitals, then why not just ask City Bike to, whatever that word is that you use, to maintain those areas and just move the bikes around. That seems like the very simplest solution to me, and anything else seems like really a different issue at this particular juncture.
Mark did note, I think it was in response to that comment, that if we decided as a committee to go with that approach, that it would be more sending a follow-up letter, following up on our April full board resolution, which talked about rebalancing efforts. Julian has his hand up. He hasn't spoken yet.
Yeah, I was actually going to lower my hand right after that because I was going to make a similar point. I was just going to say, I think it would be nice if we sent a letter about the rebalancing efforts again. And I'm also all on board with Elizabeth's idea and what Sarah added on about promoting, that City Bike, increase how equitable it is and how accessible it is to New Yorkers. And I don't know all the details on that, so I don't know if we'd be able to pass a resolution like this meeting or maybe the next one, but I think it's certainly important. I've heard concerns about the locations of docks and where there's a lack of access to docks across the city and how that's inequitable. And I think also the credit and debit card thing is also an important issue. And I don't know if those are easy solutions, but I think that's something we should definitely address at some point in committee.
Thanks, Julian. And Elizabeth typed in the chat, how about a follow-up letter on this? And then we discuss City Bike and other transport means next month. So that's one possible way. All right, we'll take a few more hands. Transportation folks first who've been waiting. William?
Hi, so I just had a couple of kind of points I want to bring up. I mean, I love City Bike. I actually used it today to go to my favorite pizzeria. So for the first responders, I think it's really important that they do travel and travel safely. Maybe in our letter we can, or maybe this could be a separate letter just point of discussion that City Bike could maybe redo some of their bikes. Instead of it being all blue, they can make a red/white colored bike reserved for first responders so that people will know you see 5 bikes, they're not for you, they're for first responders. That's number one. Number two, I do like the fact that first responders are riding to work, but I just want to know how they can get home safely. Are they actually riding home after a long 12-hour day? Is that safe for them? What are they actually doing? And if we have any data on exactly how many first responders and which of our hospitals in our neighborhood or all over New York are actually riding to work, cycling to work versus not cycling to work. So, I mean, those are just some information I think would be very important to have so we can make good recommendations to the city. But if anything, I think we can have City Bike, the Citigroup company or whatever, to just create a special kind of bike for them, reserved for them, and just you can easily identify it and just ignore that bike or move to a different location so we know it's safe for them. Thank you.
Rich?
Yeah, I was just going to point, and we've kind of moved on and agreed to talk next month, but there's so many massive transportation issues we're going to have to deal with. And I think, and we can talk about this in talking about next month's agenda, but to the extent that people aren't riding the subways, that's going to create just massive complications in every possible way. And I think it's something we need to start thinking through and talking about what impacts that might have in every way. So definitely agree with Elizabeth, making sure that City Bike is accessible for all of our community residents is essential. But there are a number of other issues we're going to have to start thinking through. And so I'd argue that we should put that pretty big discussion onto the agenda for next month.
Great. Let's pass it to Ken next, since it was his proposed resolution, and do a temperature check on how Ken's feeling.
Thank you. I don't have the virus. I agree that's probably a bigger discussion and we could put it off. I do think that we should, I think it's stronger to have a resolution rather than a letter. And I think rebalancing can certainly be, is part of the discussion. I see this resolution as being one that's very general. It just calls on City Bike to review capacity problems at its stations around hospitals and consider taking steps to increase it, whether that be rebalancing or temporarily increasing capacity or any other means that they can think of to address the problem. And I think it's more important that we vote on it, that it be a resolution. I think it's stronger, but I think rebalancing can certainly be part of it.
All right, there were a few other folks waiting for a long time. Stephen Brown?
Yeah, I'll be brief because I'm just sort of agreeing with a series of people, and that is, and some disagreement, but my main issue was to support the first part of it, which was to me just kind of a natural extension of the resolution we did last month. I've always have sort of mixed feelings about City Bike and think it's a little more complex. Since that's out, again, I would just, what I think is put on the table is to write a letter, which I think would be more immediate and more supportive in the past. And I would say this is a much bigger issue that everyone seems to agree with, including Rich and Elizabeth. And I'm against putting sort of small little topics. If it's going to be a bigger issue, let's make it the issue. I think it's a complex thing. I would not support the City Bike issue as is. I'd probably abstain because I'm not really against it, but I just think it's not the right process. And I would encourage us to take that, write a letter, pause this, make it part of a bigger issue, include all of the things that would be involved, would be my thoughts.
And to those who have trouble monitoring both the discussion and chat at the same time, there are a few more points related to process. Mark is pointing out that, on the other hand, sending a letter is something that could be done within a day or two versus a resolution would need to be voted on at the June full board and would take a couple more weeks before that would get out. And Rich was pointing out making sure there's proper notice for future calls or bigger discussions related to City Bike and agenda items as well. Okay, Claria's had her hand up for a really long time, so we don't want to cut her off.
Not all that long. If we're still talking about a resolution, I'm fine with a lot of the suggestions that people have made in the last 15 minutes or so. And the resolution, as we last saw it, is not on the screen right now. But I strongly recommend that we take out, and I thought this is what I thought we were doing last time I spoke, but it didn't happen in what's on the screen. The last thing about the appropriation of on-street residential parking spaces currently used to store motor vehicles. If we're asking for more City Bike space, then we're asking for more City Bike space, and I think it's very counterproductive and would, as I said, make a really bad full board meeting if we specifically say and refer to on-street residential parking. Maybe they'll come back with those locations, maybe not, but I would not invite that controversy when it's not necessary to our point. So I take out the last words, the last phrase.
Let's circle back to Ken and see where he is with the resolution.
Yeah, I'm actually persuaded by Mark's comment that we could get this out in a day or so with a letter. And if we vote on it, it's not going to be till after the first week in June. So, I think it's if we can say what I think we should say in a letter, let's go for it.
Great, and maybe Mark, we can draft a letter, circulate it among us, and note that what the full board enacted at the last full board meeting, calling for many of these very things.
You bet. If I could take the floor for one quick second and add a point that hasn't been mentioned, it is that there are no hospitals in our district. So while we are sitting here, I'm sorry, that's exactly the wrong way to phrase that. Let me try that again. So that while we are convening, discussing important issues that have to do with access to hospitals, we're actually encroaching on the turf of other community boards. And so I would be careful about that, if only because I have to look them at the eye at Borough Board. So the rebalancing is something that I think is both an expeditious process, and it also speaks to the geographic area of our jurisdiction. So that's why I recommend that as well.
Great.
But Rich, Mark, we're not just in the letter, we're not just calling for rebalancing, are we? We would be calling for them to assess the capacity and increase it if needed.
I don't know that we have a resolution that says that, so I don't know that I can extrapolate from the previous resolution to do that. I think you would need a resolution to do that.
Okay.
So
I would agree with Mark on that.
So what we could do is write a letter tomorrow, even tonight, if this meeting ends before midnight, to call for the rebalancing, and then you could continue with that discussion in the way in which your colleagues have been suggesting.
Okay. I just point out we may not have hospitals in our district. We have many essential workers who commute to hospitals from our district.
Isn't Mount Sinai West in our district?
No, it's not.
Right on the southern border.
Just below.
Yeah, but the parking board is in our district, arguably. So.
Oh,
We have urgent care and city MDs too. I mean, that's pretty important as well.
Let's come up with the letter. Maybe we could talk generally about access to City Bike. We could leave it vague and come up with something that just expresses our desire to have these healthcare workers be able to use City Bike.
okay. Could you circulate that, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Yeah.
For those that are familiar with the City Bike operation, and we've had them come, but they haven't come recently. I'm correct, I assume, that they know electronically at their central headquarters where there are available docking spaces and where there are not. That shows up somewhere in their headquarters, correct?
On the app, isn't it?
Yeah, you can see it yourself on the app, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so they obviously know that. So they can easily see then which docking stations are frequently out of bikes and which ones frequently are not. why wouldn't they do this rebalancing on their own? I mean, it's a shame that we have to tell them to do it. but-
Andrew, they do this, and they have an Angels program for people who use City Bike to rebalance the bikes themselves. They get different rewards for it. It's just a question of how much can be done. It's never adequate.
Got it.
Okay, moving on to the next agenda item, which is pedestrian and cyclist safety in parks. And Elizabeth, who is co-chair of the Parks Committee, wanted to talk about this. So Elizabeth?
Sure, it's actually Clary and I will sort of present it together with the Transportation Committee. This was a previously an item that was previously on the Transportation Committee, and I owe a lot of the floor to Susan Schwartz tonight, who had wanted this to be on the Parks agenda. And since we saw it on the Transportation agenda, we felt like it was both a parks issue because this deals with things going on in the parks, and it also deals with enforcement and deals with cyclists. So I wanted, I guess, just Susan, I don't know if you want to take a minute or two to talk about the reason why you wanted this on the agenda. And then maybe Howard and Meg, or Meg, do you want to?
Yeah, I just want to also note that it was put on the transportation agenda because Barbara Adler specifically requested it to be on the agenda. So there were requests for both committees to have it added.
So maybe between the two of you, we could give you each a minute or so to talk about why you think this is important, and then how we may try to work together to craft some sort of conversation or resolution about it.
Yeah, sure. I'll kick it off. You know, a lot of people are heading to the parks for exercise and sanity. Personally, I am doing a lot of that. It's come to my attention because I'm in the park quite a bit that a lot of the bikes are not following the laws. It's been an ongoing issue, but now it's more important and urgent than ever before because of the increased usage in the parks. Specifically, there are three areas of concern that I have. One is the speed at which the bikes are going. And this is not just super early in the morning, this is throughout the day, and this is not just on weekends, this is like consistent. I have no way of tracking how fast they're going, but it looks like sometimes, 40 miles an hour kind of thing. The second thing is a real problem with the bikes on the pedestrian paths. And then the third thing is a complete lack of compliance with the traffic signals. And that most specifically, that's the red lights. It's not just the bikes. I've also seen lots of parks vehicles going through the red lights. I have lots and lots of video of this happening. It's unbelievable. It's made it really scary to be able to cross the roads. And I know there was a big effort put into getting the cars out of Central Park, but it does seem to have the effect that was perhaps not intended, that without the cars, the bikes are not following the traffic signals at all. So what would have happened when the cars were there, I guess, would be that the cars and the bikes would all stop for the red light, but now without the cars there, the bikes just go through them. So what I'm suggesting is a resolution to ask for increased enforcement. I've had some disturbing conversations with police officers and PEP officers where I say to them, excuse me, what's going on here? And they have actually said to me, they've been told not to enforce the law. That's it, it's straightforward. Ask for increased enforcement of this because it's really serious.
Barbara, do you want to comment before we?
Yes, I would like to, please. I think that as more people are in the parks riding bikes, it's increasingly important to pay attention to pedestrian issues. Yet, I had a lot of hard work to do to even try to get this item on the agenda and then to get it on the agenda just as a pedestrian issue. As it turned out, it's not really just a pedestrian issue because it's now joined with bike safety. Now, I just feel that in the case of bikes, they're hazards to pedestrians. It's not the other way around. And I second everything that Susan said. I think that all those issues are extremely important. They're growing issues. I have observed police in the park, but they really never stop to enforce any of the rules. And I think we also need more signage out in the parks. And I think that's really lacking also. I think that the roads that are, the paths that are cut off to bicycles need to say at the beginning of the path many times, no bicycles. If you have a bike, get out and walk your bike at this point. And also I just want to say that, I'm a pedestrian. I do a tremendous amount of walking. I don't ride a bike. I don't own a car, but I walk around the city for miles at a time. And I want to be safe doing it. And I think that there's many, many people who are like me. And I want to feel protected. And bikes are very hazardous right now.
If I could just say a couple more things. One is in terms of walking, I am a committed pedestrian. My husband and I did 24 miles this weekend and then the weekend before, just in Central Park. And that was not going around and around in circles. That was covering like most of Central Park. The Conservatory Garden, I mentioned this at our recent Parks Committee meeting, very troubling. There's a large sign that says no bikes in the Conservatory Garden, but I had to watch a bicyclist ride past me and almost take out a lady with a baby carriage. And then a couple days ago in the Ramble, which is really a surprising choice for a bicyclist to ride through the Ramble because it's so up and down and curvy. But I was taking a picture of some raccoons and I almost got taken out by two bikes whizzing past me on a relatively narrow pedestrian path. And then finally, 4 days ago, we were in the Ramble again, and there was a mother watching her two young kids, like ages 1.5 and 2, playing in an intersection in the Ramble. And this guy was coming at us on a bike downhill at a pretty fast clip. And he saw the kids and he got off the bike, thank God. And so I said to him, well, thank you for getting off the bike, but you're not supposed to be on the path. And he said, what's it your business? I'm like, that's just not how it's supposed to be. It shouldn't be optional. I've heard a lot of people say it's a judgment call whether to stop for a red light or not. It's not. It's the law.
Who else has their hands?
I also just wanted to say, excuse me, that I just found out tonight that this was a joint issue with the Parks Committee. And I don't know when this got put on, but I know I printed out my agenda 2 days ago, and it was not listed on the community board website. So, and I certainly got no notification about it, which means that people who are really concerned about pedestrian issues, they're not here tonight. So I don't know why this was like rushed and put in 2 days.
Yeah, and I'll say, I mean, I appreciate that it's been put on the agenda at all, but I asked for this to be put on the agenda for last month for Parks Committee, and it wasn't. I suggested it should be a joint meeting, Parks and Transportation, and then asked for it to be joint for Parks, which would have, if we had put it on for Parks, it would have been a week and a half of notice, and it would have been plenty of notice for people to come. I appreciate it's being discussed tonight at all, but I think there's some notice issues here.
Yeah, let me jump in on that because that's me. The item has been on the transportation agenda as it was for a couple of weeks, so there's notice for sure. The issue, as I understood it, was a call for enforcement, and I believe that the discussion so far bears that out. The enforcement of things like red lights and observing traffic rules on the park drives is a NYPD enforcement issue, not a PEP enforcement issue. And the thing that I need to protect ourselves from, myself from, and everyone else from, is the notion that we could end up with two different committees having two different discussions and potentially arriving at two very different resolutions, which doesn't serve anybody. 7 years ago, that happened on our board involving two committees. Let's not dwell on that. And it was both unpleasant and counterproductive, and it kind of mutually defeated some very good ideas that could have been brought forward. So it was my decision. I actually wanted to reach out to folks over the weekend about this, but for a variety of reasons, my sequence didn't work out, and so it got decided yesterday. And you're correct that I notified, or that Clary notified the Parks Committee of it, but I didn't notify the Transportation Committee. That's on me. But the public has been able to see this agenda for 2 weeks, which was further clarified by separating some things that were conflated. As I recall, Barbara wanted something that was put together to be separated so that they stand alone. And so my personal view is that this is a fair notice to the public of this, and whatever merit or whatever discussion should be had can be had right now.
Jay's had his hand up for a while.
Yeah, just a quick observation. I would certainly support Susan's resolution. Like most of us, I've become much more of a regular pedestrian and was in Central Park I think it was the weekend before last, when we had that very warm day, and the north-south roadway in Central Park was, if you'll forgive my pun, a Central Park zoo between runners and pedestrians and cyclists. It was really chaotic and dangerous. I, as the newest member of the committee, I don't know how often you've had discussions about this, but I would really encourage addressing this problem, which I assume has increased with the increased usage of the park, both bicyclists and pedestrians under the current conditions. But it was really quite chaotic. Crossing the north-south roadway was an adventure. So I just wanted to say I support Susan's proposal and really encourage the committee to focus as much as possible on what's going on there.
I'd like to make a quick comment. In January, the two committees had a joint meeting, which was primarily about safe, direct cross routes for cyclists across the park, and it included calling a resolution that was passed at February full board that included calling for the creation of a task force to think through some longer term resolutions for transverses and otherwise. But one of the asks within that resolution was around increased signage for paths that cyclists are allowed to use versus not. So that was part of previous past.
Yeah, I recall that, but I think that was focused primarily on cyclists, as I recall.
Yeah, and Clary, as a co-chair of fellow committee, has been waiting to speak.
Well, that's all right. Other people have been speaking well. As I think everybody knows, I've always supported cycling and encouraged cycling and think we should have more cycling, and it's a good thing. But I really support what Susan and Barbara have said tonight. And I just want to say a few things about it, basically factually. One is that I don't think this is a COVID issue. We have, as Jay said, and I've also experienced in Central Park, as Susan has, tremendous, what seemed like tremendous crowds recently, but they're nothing compared to the crowds on many spring and summer days. We don't have the tourists there now. We don't have people from many of our buildings who have decamped early to their weekend houses where they're waiting out the virus. So the kinds of crowds we've been seeing are much larger than they were a month or two ago when the weather was crappy, but they're nothing, or they're certainly not greater than normal good weather summertime crowds. And we need to think of these issues in terms of that. Second, I think there are two changes that have happened in Central Park in the last couple of years that are sort of relevant to this and have brought the issue to the fore. One is the elimination of, as I think Susan mentioned, of private motor vehicles in the park, which is a terrific thing that we, and Ken gets kudos on that, but we supported that for years. The other is that the signals in, DOT had a huge project where the signals, the traffic signals on the drives, which had to be adjusted or had to be changed manually, became electronic. They became whatever the right word is for that. But as far as I can tell, nobody's really addressed how do you best deal with those signals and maximize the ways in which pedestrians can be safest, while at the same time having reasonable ability for cyclists to get their exercise. I've actually been interested for a long time in getting somebody from DOT and from the Conservancy to come talk to our joint committees about that. So that's not before us tonight, but in terms of what we are talking about tonight, I support asking for greater enforcement. It would be the precinct. It's not the PEP officers. It's not the Central Park Conservancy, and it's not the Parks Department. These are on the drives, it's roads, and it's the precinct. We tried to get somebody here tonight, I think, from the precinct, could not do so. And so they're not here to hear us. But cyclists are, and I'll try to be brief and finish, but cyclists are, cycles are dangerous instruments. They can kill people, they can kill their riders, and they can kill pedestrians. And cyclists ought to be going slowly enough that they can see a traffic signal in front of them. And if the traffic signal is red or is about to be red, they should be going slowly enough that they can stop at the signal and wait until they have a green. I've never understood why anybody sanctions anything to the contrary. And yet it seems to be pretty standard procedure among many, but not all cyclists in Central Park, that they regard red lights as optional. So I do think we should, and just one other thing on the signaling, it remains a mystery to me now that the signals are automated, what pedestrians are supposed to do. There are these buttons that say pedestrians press the button here. It's not clear to me that those are even activated, that it makes a difference. I'm not sure why they're there. We need to work on somebody needs to work on the signals. But in any event, I do support the idea of asking for greater enforcement. There am I right, Rich and Howard and Ken, that there is no speed limit for cyclists in Central Park? Well, it would be a 20 mile speed limit, which would be on the streets, right? So no more than 20. 25, okay. And I think Susan's 40 was probably not realistic, but you got a lot of fast cyclists. But as I say, if they are going slowly enough, and this can be pretty fast, because it would be the same thing for cars, that they can see that their light is red or is about to be, then they should be able to stop. The only other thing I want to say about this is when we do have an enforcement push, what happens is you'll get some officers out there on a weekend or two, and they'll be at one or two locations in the park, and they'll give a lot of summonses. And some cyclists will be unhappy, and some pedestrians will be happy. But then the next weekend or the weekend after that, it's all back to the same thing. So I wouldn't put a lot of optimism into any result that we might get here.
But it would certainly be good to know if the signals are working, if they're timed, if the pedestrian buttons are working and they initiate a red light. Those things, we got to find that out.
I know, yeah, Andrew, and I don't know why. I mean, I've inquired of Caroline. I haven't really pushed it. I've had a couple of emails in the past to Caroline Greenleaf, who's not with us tonight. I'd really like to get a joint meeting on those issues as part of addressing this whole thing of
Absolutely.
What's going on at those red lights.
Ken?
Yeah, I think we should remember that the lights in Central Park were put in there to control cars back in the 20s. They're a residue from of a time of a different era now, because motor vehicles aren't allowed in the park. I don't know whether anybody knows this, but there are 47 lights in the park. It's completely inappropriate for a recreational space to have that many lights and expect people to heed them. There are maybe a handful of crosswalks that maybe need to be signalized. But that needs rather than doing this, we should be looking at a resolution calling on the Central Park Conservancy to reconsider how many lights they need in the park, because 47 is ridiculous. Now, this is a very dangerous resolution. I know, and it's very well-meaning, but it's very difficult to speak against or to speak in favor of law breaking. But what the effect, as Clary says, of this is going to be, if it has any effect at all, is it is going to encourage the police department to go out there and set a trap, set a sting. And what they typically do is they get cyclists who are going slowly. They don't get the guys who are going 25 miles an hour because they're too hard to catch, frankly. And it's probably too dangerous to chase them. So they get the people who are going, 10 miles an hour, 5 miles an hour through a red light. And And I've seen it myself. And so it makes the cyclist who gets pulled over, whoever they are, they may be somebody going to work in the morning, or whoever it is, a tourist, doesn't know the rules, and they get pulled over and they get a ticket and they're mad. And then there are complaints to the precinct about why are you doing this? And then they back off. There are complaints to city council members, and you just go around in the circle. In terms of the red lights, we really should be looking at, can they expand the push button? We don't even know how the push button is working. Maybe we should put this off for a month and find out, before we shoot from the hip on something, find out really, what the circumstances, what the conditions are. It's just, at the very least, we should be saying that the police should focus on flagrant and dangerous behavior, and not specifically say not ticket people who are just rolling harmlessly through one of those 47 red lights, whether or not anybody is around. Now, I've been in a lot of meetings with the Central Park Conservancy and the Parks Department and the NYPD as part of a group called the Recreation Roundtable, where we talk about issues on the Loop Drive. And the previous precinct commanders have basically told us, well, we can't tell you that we're going to tell people that they can go through red lights, but they've basically let us know that what they would focus on is really dangerous behavior. And that's what they think and they're right, that's what they should be focusing on. So a resolution like this just encourages them to go out there and, do a sting and write a bunch of tickets and piss a lot of people off and be done with it. It's like a zero tolerance thing for maybe a week or two. And then I would just say, as far as the paths go, what we're really talking about here is an annoyance. I've been on the paths. I've been walking in the parks several times a week for the last 2 months. This is the number of cyclists that I've seen on the paths when I've been walking there too. One was riding responsibly and the other was not riding responsibly and blew past me. And I was mad. I was really angry, but I realized it was just an annoyance. And the reason that calling attention to this is also dangerous is that the reason that Dr. Cameraman is dead is because so many people called attention to this. Because all of a sudden, all these "you must dismount" signs went up all over the park. And as far as we know, Dr. Cameraman took the choice to use the transfers because he had no legal and safe way to cross the park. And because he didn't, there was no legal and safe way to cross the entire park. And because of that, 2 little girls are going to grow up without a father because of an annoyance. So we really need to keep that in mind when we think we're doing a good thing about saying, oh, you need to crack down on those pesky cyclists.
And that's pretty outrageous, I think, to use something like that to make a point. You don't have any respect for pedestrians. The bikes are all over the park paths, and you probably don't even see them because you're a bike rider.
But I don't think we should be making personal attacks. Let's move on.
Thank you. Let's keep our discussion on the topic at hand, which is plenty of nuance all by itself. It's my bad if we didn't delve into that earlier, but let's make sure that we're talking about the issues before us and not the folks who are bringing them to our attention. Thanks.
I think we all are humans with different experiences, and so we experience these things from very different perspectives, and I think that's a fact of it. I appreciate Clary's point and Ken's point, noting the way it's currently designed with the lights was designed for cars, and so in addition to any discussion about enforcement, a larger conversation for both committees moving forward is that larger design. There should be a re-examining of what it should look like, given that cars are no longer part of it. There have been a bunch of people, both committee members waiting.
Just a quick clarification here. Regardless of how many red lights there are, the red lights are there, the pedestrians need to cross the road, and the law is the law that you need to stop for a red light. And it's not a matter of someone going too fast to be able to stop for the red light. These are bicyclists of all speeds stopping for the red light, not. In my time, I've seen maybe 3 people stop, and they were at risk because they stopped for the light. And so they were going to get mowed down by the other bicyclists continuing through the light.
That's true.
And as far as the paths are concerned, the pedestrian paths are pedestrian paths, and it's also not okay to be on the pedestrian paths the same way it's not okay to be on the sidewalk. I mean, this conversation is focused just on Central Park, but the problem with this, the compliance with the street regulations is a serious one throughout our district. And it is more urgent right now because, Carly, I mean, I appreciate your support for this, but there are not the kinds of masses of people there would be if the tourists were here, but there are lots of people in the park, and it is COVID related because people have no other place to go to get out. And, you know, a lot of people going to the park, the people who haven't decamped to a second house are going to the park for exercise.
Can I just interject something? This is a concern, but we have to see it in the context of enforcement throughout the city. I drive, and I was on I can't tell you how irresponsible some cars have been during this crisis. So I think maybe we should table this discussion and try to come up with some program for that encourages enforcement for the activities or the actions that are causing the most risk to people. Again, I think that this crisis has led to a lot of unsafe behaviors. And I experience this most when I'm driving, actually, when cars just feel that there's no enforcement at this point, and there's actions that that are really unprecedented. I've never seen them before. So I don't know how people feel about the potential for giving this, Elizabeth and Clary greater look, because enforcement resources are finite, especially as the city is facing arguably its worst financial crisis in its history. So these resources have to be used in the most effective way. And I think maybe it's worth looking into what are the most egregious, unsafe activities, and then we can have a resolution calling for the increasingly shrinking resources our city to be focused on those kinds of actions.
I think Doug has a question.
I'd like to, I would just like to address the point made about the importance of this issue, but specifically the issue of what has been termed an annoyance of bike riders on the pedestrian pathways in the park during these particular months. Speaking as a father of 2 young girls under the age of 6, the playgrounds in the parks that I go to every day with them are now closed, and so are many of the fields. So what ends up happening when you're in those parks is many of us parents are having our kids play in little pieces of grassy area, as well as on the pedestrian walkway. So in this particular moment that we're in, it's not an annoyance that there are a number of bikes who are speeding down the pedestrian pathways. It's actually a major concern to the parents, as Ken mentioned, of the other bike rider who now has 2 daughters growing up without a father. It's a major concern to many of the parents who are witnessing and having to pull our kids off these pedestrian bike paths or the pedestrian walkways, as the bike riders are not observing the law. So I do support both Susan's and Barbara's approach to this issue, and I do believe it is an issue that must be addressed in the immediate near term, because there is no discussion yet of when these playgrounds will be open for our kids to play in.
Thanks, Doug. And I was just going to say, I think if we're doing things as urgent as getting, docking stations and city bike things for first responders, this is something that is an immediate concern that warrants at least if not a resolution this month, something that we can certainly vote on as a joint committee next month. I don't think it should be delayed any longer. I don't think there should be, I think this is an urgent, as equally urgent as anything we've discussed tonight.
Elizabeth, do you take my friendly amendment or addition that we should look at this in the context of enforcement against the most egregious, unsafe activities in light of the resources and come up with something for our next meeting?
I'll ask Clary what she thinks, but again, I think we could do the same thing. Again, going back to the previous discussion we had for the last hour, we could look at how many urgently needed first responder city bikes are needed, whether they're hospitals or somewhere else. And we decided we were going to go with city bike and hospitals. So we made an immediate decision on that. I don't know why we can't.
Oh, it's simply because there are finite resources here. And as I said, you may not be as aware of it as I am because I drive, that there are activities on the street that are incredibly unsafe. And to draw resources away from a time when people feel they can go, when car drivers feel they can go through red lights or speed with impunity, I think is a mistake. I think we should discuss this as a holistic enforcement program so that the streets are made safer for everyone.
I just think we need to do an enforcement resolution in the next, if not at this meeting tonight, we need to do it next month and get it.
Well, we need to do an enforcement, but the question is, what is the enforcement resolution? No one's saying we don't need an enforcement resolution. We just need to figure out what it is.
I think Clara has a question.
I'm not you. Okay, so no, Howard, I don't agree with you. The issue that I think Susan and Barbara have cogently brought before us, wherever we go with it, is really about our parks. And it's leaving aside the bikes on the pedestrian paths, which I think is a whole separate thing. The speed of some bikes and the failure of many bikes to stop and remain stopped at red lights is what it's about. And it essentially doesn't involve resources other than the Central Park precinct to enforce. So I don't think this issue of scarce resources around the city at this time is really central to this. Is Colleen still with us? I wondered whether Colleen is still with us.
Yes, I'm here, Clary.
Yeah, because what I welcomed this discussion. As I've said, I substantively largely agree with Barbara and Susan, but I knew that this discussion was sort of going to turn into a morass of related issues about the signaling, about a lot of stuff. And so I think we ought to not do something tonight, as somebody suggested, but for different reasons from, maybe it was Ken that suggested it. I think we ought to try to have, and Andrew mentioned this, if we can get it, and it would be Zoom, of course, a meeting with what would have to be both, I guess, primarily DOT, but we'd want the Central Park Conservancy and the Parks Department and even the precinct, if we could get them, to talk about how those signals are set. Are they set? Is there a better way to set them? What's intended with the pedestrian buttons? Is there possibly a way, I know it's been talked about for a long time, of setting some of them at yellow, constant yellow after maybe 10 o'clock at night or after 8 o'clock at night, so that they are warnings for cyclists. But if it's red, it's red. But I think we need that background before we should really take a position. And so my suggestion is we try to do that together as a joint thing. I guess that's where I'd come out on this. But with regard to the parks, one other thing, Doug makes a point that I think is about Riverside Parks. I know, Doug, you're mostly talking about Riverside. I see the same things there. Richard and I are in Riverside almost every day, except when we're in Central. This particular issue, I mean, the issues in Riverside about cyclists are a little different because the pathways work differently there. Next week, next Monday night, we have the issue of social distancing, which is really a coronavirus related issue central to it, on our Parks Committee agenda. And so issues of what bikes are doing now, particularly in light of the fact that some recreational areas are closed off, is absolutely apt for that discussion. But I think it's not central tonight, where we're really talking mostly about Central Park.
Clary, do you know if you'll be able to have any precincts calling in, the precinct calling in by phone or Central Park Conservancy?
I know, I
there?
have no idea.
Okay.
I doubt it. I think Mark tried for this, didn't he?
Yeah. We, as soon as Barbara raised it for transportation, well, and actually we had other enforcement related agenda items. So
Yeah,
we've
but
been
the reason I
raising
asked about Colleen is DOT is who controls those signals.
Yeah, and you know, Clary, I do recall I was in a meeting last year regarding the signals and changes, making changes to them. We had a meeting with the Conservancy and with our bike division and see what improvements we can do. As a matter of fact, I'm sending an email to my colleague, Hayes, who was in that meeting with me to get an update, okay?
Thanks so much, Kelly, because I think that whole, at least from our end, that whole issue has just become a muddle that we've never gotten a handle on.
Yeah, and maybe we can add to that and have further discussion to see what improvements we can make, yes.
We do have some other folks who haven't gotten to speak in this discussion yet who've had their hand raised. So Sarah.
Yeah, I guess I'll be quick because I didn't realize, I guess, that we were really focusing just on the drive and not the pedestrian paths. But I did just want to say to the sort of annoyance point, probably maybe a week or two before the shutdown started, my 6-year-old son actually was hit on a pedestrian path by a bicyclist, and it was very scary. So it's real. I mean, there are real dangers here, and that person should not have been biking on the path. And I think, though, what it does kind of highlight is the need to create those paths dedicated for cyclists across the park, not just the drive. So I just wanted to, I know that's not what we're discussing right now, but just to keep that in people's mind that the bicyclists do need a path across the park, not just the transverses, but it is real and it's dangerous when they bike on the pedestrian paths, and they shouldn't be doing that.
Rich has also been waiting on this issue.
Yeah, and lots to say. I guess the main thing is I don't know what we're calling for. I haven't seen a resolution. I don't know if there is one or if this is just a broad discussion, but I've heard a lot of different things. One is social distancing. The second is riding on paths. The third one is speeding bicycles. A fourth one is riding through red lights. It seems we're talking both about Central Park and Riverside, but I'm not sure. I don't know who we're calling on. Is it the Central Park precinct? Is it park enforcement? Is it the 2.0 and the 2.4, which I think, which clearly have jurisdiction over Riverside Park because there's no precinct in Riverside Park. In terms of bikes on paths in Central Park, this is an issue we discussed a few months ago after the tragic death of the cyclist riding across town. There's a major issue that's still, and even more so an issue, that there are no safe ways for cyclists to cross from the east side to the west side. And getting back to our discussion of how people are less likely to be taking public transportation, that's more of an urgent issue than ever. We did call on the Conservancy, DOT, and Central Park precincts to look at the issue holistically, but specifically and very urgently, far before this crisis, to mark where cyclists can ride. And there are very clear signs, at least in Central Park, I think on every path, telling cyclists where they can't ride. And if they're not following that, that's another issue. But there's no clear signage for cyclists letting them know where there are places where they can ride, and especially where they can ride across the park. And that could be causing them to ride on paths where they shouldn't be because they don't know where they can. It could be causing them to ride on the streets, which is very dangerous. So we need clear signage of where cyclists are allowed to ride. And that's something that's more urgent than ever. In terms of speeding, I called for a resolution, which I believe passed unanimously, and I just tried to find it. I couldn't find it, but it was about a year or a bit more than a year ago, calling for a 10-mile-per-hour speed limit for all wheeled vehicles, mostly in Riverside Park. I don't know if it applies to Central Park as well because there's less of an issue of cyclists riding on paths, but to the extent that cyclists are allowed to ride on paths, I think we should have that 10-mile-per-hour speed limit in Central Park as well. It's a very difficult issue. First of all, it might require approval from Albany if it's a state park. But much more of a concern is after it passed, I believe it was Deputy Inspector Mallon who told me that the police are not allowed to give tickets, speeding tickets to cyclists, because then they had done so a few years ago, and they all got thrown out by a judge who said that because most bicycles do not have speedometers, they can't be given speeding tickets. I disagree with that. I think there's no reason that cyclists should be going faster than 10 miles per hour in the parks, but that's not something that's enforceable. And it's also something that we already have passed a resolution, once again, I believe unanimously, calling for that 10-mile-per-hour speed limit. In terms of, so once you take speeding off the table, which unfortunately, we're already on record calling for that speed limit. We're already been told it can't be enforced. Then we're looking at enforcing red lights. And totally agree with Doug. People flying through red lights, endangering pedestrians is totally unacceptable. I do think it's an issue though of, are people going 25, 30 miles per hour through red lights when the park is very crowded? Or might people be going 5, 10 miles per hour through red lights at night when there's absolutely no one around? And I worry that when the police are called on to crack down on cyclists, they do crack down across the board and they don't go after the most reckless cyclists. So we're basically getting them to ticket cyclists who are not the problem, and they're not going after the ones who are. So that's a concern that I think we need to be really careful. There's also the issue of if we're calling for enforcement, we need to think about the very, very limited resources of the police. And to the extent that they're enforcing certain behaviors, it means that we're taking them away from enforcing other behaviors. And to the extent that speeding on our streets by motor vehicles has become a major issue, I'd hate to pull the police off of speed, ticketing speeders who are going 40 miles per hour or more on our streets to go after people who are riding bikes through red lights at 5 miles per hour. And we've heard countless times from the police that they're extremely resource limited, even in the best of times. And we have very clear data showing that many more people throughout the city, and especially in our district, are being killed and injured by motor vehicles than by bikes. And I'd hate to steer them on something that might feel good for us, but that would get them to crack down on behavior that's not the behavior that's injuring the most people in our district and the most pedestrians in our district. And one final point is, I've been screaming for years that our process for public notice and for putting items on the agenda is completely broken. And it's frustrated me to no end that we keep wanting to have discussions and things aren't put on the website and are not noticed in a proper fashion. And I'm not blaming anyone. I don't know what happened in this case, but I find it ironic that the same people who complained last month that we couldn't discuss an issue because it wasn't properly noticed started out complaining that this item was not properly noticed, but still want to discuss it and potentially still want to vote on it. And I think we should be consistent. I'm fine with voting on this now. I know how frustrating it has been that we can't get things noticed, but just want to point out that irony. That's all I've got.
Stephen Brown's been waiting for a while. Will everyone please try to keep your points as concise as possible, as this is not the last agenda item.
Yeah, so I'll try and be a little quicker. Look, I think this is a case where I sort of agree with a lot of people, but it'll end sort of with my focus, and that is, as someone who spent the last Sunday riding my bike around Central Park, to a certain degree, I agree with Ken in the sense of that there is a lot of lights, and I would be in favor of supporting that. And I think to Sarah's point about having a path across the park, I agree with that, and I would support that. But I think I get frustrated that somehow those things are used to sort of put against a simple issue. And the simple issue is that I think there's pedestrians in Central Park, which I'm not very often one of them, who feel in danger. And the idea that we can support them as a community board, we're supposed to support all people. So and you have either pedestrians, bikes, cars, or you're taking an MTA. And I can tell you that you have two people on this board that feel passionate. And I think there's a lot more. And number two is every time we've had a meeting about these issues, there's always a large group of people who come and speak at these and say, I'm a pedestrian, I feel safe. So I don't understand why it should be such a taboo to simply acknowledge that there are some issues regarding being a pedestrian. And the idea that sort of, well, the resources should be someplace else, I think is irrelevant. And the fact that cars hurt more is irrelevant. These are all irrelevant things. I do think there's an issue with pedestrians. I think that I would support a very simple thing, that is that support the laws that are in the park until those laws are changed. It's very, very simple, but I think the idea that we want to pretend like there's not a lot of pedestrians that don't feel unsafe. And I also think that it would show a huge, it would be a very positive thing and a very positive signal from this particular committee at this particular time to signal that we're acknowledging that pedestrians feel unsafe and that we know that and we're going to do that. It doesn't have to be against bikes necessarily. That's not my necessarily feeling. But I think that we should be able to acknowledge that pedestrians feel unsafe. We should be able to put something forward. And I just get a little frustrated that we do a lot of things to support bike safety, and there's not a lot of conversations about watering that down or let's talk about cars. We're always comfortable talking about bikes, but pedestrians somehow get nervous. I'm supportive of something for pedestrians. I'm more of a biker. I think we should acknowledge it's not just red lights. It's on pass, it's other areas. And as a community board, we should represent pedestrians as well and not mix in a bunch of issues, whether they're right or wrong, so that we can not put them on. We should acknowledge the pedestrians and their challenges and put something forward. We have two people that are passionate about it. I hear people all the time, and I'm very much in support of some type of resolution to support pedestrians and not watering it down so that it deminimizes because we're afraid to be negative on bikes or we're afraid to be negative on other people. Let's support pedestrians, which is the majority of the people in our district. That's my thoughts.
All right, we got Ken and Barbara, the only other hands raised.
I think there are many ways we can support pedestrians. I'm a pedestrian. As I said, I've been walking in the park several times a week for the last 2 months. I haven't experienced the free-for-all that some other people apparently have, but I think we all want to be safe, but maybe enforcement, strict enforcement, and zero tolerance enforcement, which is what we're really inviting, isn't the only way to make the park safer. Maybe there are structural changes that could be made to make the park safer, such as getting rid of some of the unnecessary lights. But maybe we, it's a big issue. This is a pretty narrow resolution, which just says, enforce the law, and we don't really care how you do it. So I would propose maybe we should table this and have a conversation with the Central Park Precinct and Parks Enforcement and DOT and explore other things that we can do besides just an up or down, give them a ticket or not, because in the end, it's not really going to be effective.
Barbara and Susan. Barbara.
Really hard to get this item put on the transportation agenda. I didn't put it on as a joint item. I didn't with another committee. I didn't know that it was joint with Parks as well. I would really like to see this move forward tonight as a pedestrian issue. And it's really a very simple one. You can reopen the issue at a later date and bring in all kinds of people and all kinds of other issues. But this is just for pedestrian safety. So I'm asking for more enforcement and I'm asking for more signage. That's it. unless Susan has something you want to add to that.
That's exactly where I'm coming from. I mean, I think adding all these other things and conflating it is not the point. The point is it's a simple request for enforcement of laws that are on the books. There's no resolution to be seen because there's no resolution written. It's simply a request to have enforcement of the laws that are on the books. And that's specifically speeding limits, complying with traffic signals as they are in the park right now, and staying off the pedestrian paths. It's a very straightforward thing. It has nothing to do with anything else. You're saying it's a narrow resolution. I think it's a strong resolution, because a strong concept for resolution, because it's not talking about safe transverses for cyclists. This is about pedestrians feeling safe in the park, and it's simply Central Park. The reason I wanted to have it discussed in the Parks Committee with Transportation Joint is because it has nothing to do with Riverside Park or any place else in the district. There are issues in lots of other parts of the district, but this Central Park is over 800 acres, and this is a serious issue. There are a lot of people using that park, and there are so many infractions. Sarah, I'm sorry that your son was hit by a bike. That's a common thing, and people don't often call the police and have a report on that. I agree with Barbara. I just would like a simple resolution that asks for enforcement of the laws that are on the books with regard to bikes in Central Park.
I'd also just like to say that I did see mounted cops in the park, and I also saw police on bicycles riding 3 abreast in numerous occasions. I never saw them stop to do anything. So there are police out there in the parks. They just need to do something.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I stopped at the bottom of Strawberry Fields. There's a traffic light that it's a really dangerous intersection for everybody. I mean, the bikes are all merging together, but at any rate, I was standing there and there's a police car stopped there, bikes ripping right past him. And I stopped and I said, "Officer, can you do something about the bikes?" And he said to me, "I don't see any bikes." "What bikes?" I mean, what more can I say?
We have a few more people with their hands raised. William.
Sorry. I agree with a lot that Susan and Barbara and Steve had to say. Again, like I said, I ride my city bike. I ride the bike every day. It's really convenient, but there is times. I just recently got my dog back from my parents' house, so we walk through Central Park often. And I'll tell you, there's times that we're waiting to cross the street or cross to the other part of the park inside Central Park, and we're standing there for like 2 minutes. Cyclists will not slow down. They will not stop. In fact, I actually see them speeding up just so that they won't have to slow down. So I don't think this needs to be taken off the table. I think we can start the process today. We can help and save lives. I mean, I definitely getting hit by a bike is not as severe as getting hit by a car, but still definitely uncomfortable. It's something I would never want to experience either. So I think we could really take that action today. I would say that we should maybe write a letter or request a letter to our police precincts, the 2-0, 2-4, all of them, to kind of be more aware of what's happening in our neighborhood, what we are all experiencing. I mean, we are the community. I think that's very important. And when June rolls around, hopefully things will be better. Hopefully parts of the city would be reopened. We can reevaluate. It will get busier, and maybe the structure and the enforcements that it gets implemented now will carry over into bike culture and people who are riding bikes for the first time. I mean, lots of us who ride bikes have been riding forever, since I was like, I think 5. So a lot of us will respect the rules. There are people who are going to be new to bike riding, and they might just, not respect the road as well. So maybe Central Park Precinct would be one of the groups I think we should send a letter to. Yeah, I think that would be really important to do. Thank you.
Ken?
Could I jump in on that? I'm sorry to
Sure,
jump.
of course. Mark, you haven't spoken.
Thanks. I'm actually not speaking about the resolution per se, but about the idea that we could send a letter. We kind of need a vote on something in order to send a letter. This is not something I think correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not sure there's a resolution that speaks so directly to what the very simple, very direct thing that Susan and Barbara are proposing that we could extrapolate from. So I do think you need to take a vote. My personal preference is we're all here. I don't know whether this resolution passes or fails, and I know we don't have text. I can try to sketch something out. I've actually started to try to sketch something out based on the discussion, but I'm probably going to abstain, so I probably shouldn't be the drafts person, but I'm in favor of taking some kind of vote tonight and then seeing where we are.
I agree with that.
Ken?
I didn't have anything.
Yeah, as the co-chair, I agree with that as well. I think we need to, based on what Susan and Barbara have proposed, basing a resolution off of that and see where this goes with the joint committees, how we vote, and then we take it from there.
Do you want to see the sketch that I've got going so far? Does that help or does that not help?
Yeah, that would be
Yes,
great.
please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let me try to find it. Give me 1 second. Yeah, this is it, I think. All right, take a second to take a look at that. It's really rough, but there it is.
Can you expand it possibly? Or maybe read it?
Yeah, this.
It's short. Why don't you just read it, Mark?
Okay, yeah, in fact, Doug Kleiman is on the phone now. He had to leave the meeting and then rejoin by phone. So for his benefit as well, I'm going to read it since he can't see it. And forgive me, this is just really quick. And like I said, I'm just trying to be helpful to move the discussion along. During the COVID crisis, use of Central Park is an essential means of recreation, exercise, and respite from the need to isolate at home. There are cyclists who fail to obey traffic laws and regulations, such as stopping at red lights and observing appropriate speed, and those who ride on pedestrian-only paths. Grammatically, that's now fakakta, but anyway, they, probably period, they place pedestrians at risk. Therefore, be it resolved, the CP7 calls on NYPD. I threw in PEP, although truthfully, this is an NYPD thing. Anyway, calls on to increase enforcement of violations by cyclists of traffic laws and regulations and park rules. It's like I said, it's just a first shot.
And Mark, just to be clear, that it definitely, I mean, for us, it's the NYPD that's doing the enforcement. So we want to make sure that it's them and not including the Conservancy of the Parks in this at all, any request of them, right?
The answer to that, I believe, Elizabeth, you're correct to separate them out, but I believe that it is PEP, if anyone, who would enforce the riding on a bike through the ramble, whereas it is NYPD who would be issuing tickets for running a red light or something like that.
What about some additional signage as well, Mark?
Like I said, I'm just trying to capture what I heard. Yeah, and like I said, I probably shouldn't be the
Signage and enforcement are what's really muted.
Am I muted?
You are not.
Because I'd like to speak to, at some point soon, to both Barbara's question now and resolution. Is anybody else ahead of me in speaking?
Go ahead, Clara.
Go ahead.
Okay, Barbara, with regard to signage, there is signage on pedestrian paths saying no, basically saying no bikes, although that's not quite the literal meaning. We had a discussion after the last joint meeting about how many of those signs over the course of the winter got moved around, got misplaced, but I was assured by Caroline Greenleaf of the Conservancy that they are going to be, and maybe to some extent or a large extent already have, getting those signs back in place. So I don't think we're missing signs. The signs are appropriately in place when they're in place, saying no cyclists here on these pedestrian paths. And I don't think we're lacking signs on the drives. The primary signage on the drives is the traffic signals, the red lights. So I don't think it's a signage question. The question I have about Mark's draft, and I think it's basically correct, is it focuses on the COVID crisis and seems to be saying, while we have a COVID crisis, we're looking for enforcement. And the negative implication is, as soon as the COVID crisis is over, we don't care. I don't think that's where Barbara and Susan were coming from, and that may have been precipitated their concern or aggravated it. But I think the concern about the cyclists speeding and running the red lights is one that's permanent. It preceded COVID. It will continue. So I'd like to see a way of softening or changing that. And then the other thing, just as language, Mark, is when you say there are cyclists who fail to obey. I would say many cyclists fail to obey. It's probably the majority, but I don't think we have to say that. Many cyclists fail to obey traffic laws and regulations, such as stopping at red lights and observing appropriate speed. And I guess we could say many cyclists also ride on pedestrian, or some cyclists also ride on pedestrian-only paths. It's tons and tons of them on the first two things, and it's some of them on the pedestrian paths. So anyway, I think aside from little playing with language, the real question is, do we want this to be COVID specific with a negative implication that that's what we're about, or do we want it to be asking for something? And maybe we'll vote against it. Maybe it won't pass, but do we want it to not suggest that when COVID's over, we don't care?
Clary, I'm sorry to the co-chairs, but if I may jump in on Clary's one point about COVID, the agenda item on which this appears relates to COVID. You certainly could have, and there have been folks who, colleagues who have suggested a more robust process for a deeper conversation about this. But I was responding to the agenda item under which this appears, which I did not author. I was just trying to be responsive.
What about the other drafting suggestions I made, Mark?
I'm probably going to abstain on this, so I don't think I should be crafting any of this, truthfully. So why don't you all talk about that? And
Clary, if I could just jump in as one of the co-chairs, I think that I think this is, thank you, Mark, for scripting this. I think the only thing I would add is that most of the comments tonight, and sorry about my dog chiming in, were focused on pedestrians. And we don't really focus on pedestrians in this resolution. We focused a lot about, enforcement of cyclists, but we don't say anything about protecting the needs of pedestrians. And I think we need to include something about that in this, so it's clear why we're doing this, that it's, yeah. Thank you, Mark.
That did it. Well,
That's good by me.
Okay, Mark's going to abstain, but does anybody have, if nobody has much of an objection to that, I would say let's go with many cyclists and fail to obey, and such as stopping at red, and proudly so, they would say. And there are cyclists, right? That's what I was
asking the PD to do their jobs, which is enforcing the rules.
Right. Right. There you go. For somebody who's abstaining, you're doing very well on capturing my suggestions, Mark.
So I have two comments. I have my hand raised, but I don't know if it's okay for me to talk.
Yes.
One is saying appropriate speed. If we're talking about Central Park and talking about, there are two places where people can ride in Central Park legally. One is on the road, which already has a speed limit. So that's a legal speed, not an appropriate speed. The second is on paths. And to my point before, we've called for a 10-mile-per-hour speed limit, but there isn't one. And so there's no legal speed. And I don't know if we can, I think asking for a ticketing of an appropriate speed doesn't make sense. We also know that they can't ticket cyclists. So I don't know that we want to be calling for something of calling for them to ticket cyclists for exceeding the speed limit when we know that they can't do that. The second is, I think we're missing the central point here. And I think we all agree that we don't want cyclists recklessly endangering pedestrians. But I think by not saying cyclist riding recklessly, we're calling on the police to ticket every cyclist for rolling through a red light at 3 miles per hour. And I hear like people writing on chat that we should be ticketing every violation, but let's face it, the police aren't. There are a lot of violations happening, and what we're doing here is a resolution calling on the police to do their job and to enforce the law. And there's selective enforcement of all laws. They're not enforcing every law. Every time someone jaywalks, every time someone drops a cigarette butt on the street. We're specifically looking at a resolution calling for specific enforcement of specific issues. And I don't know that that's the intent. I think we want to call on them to crack down on really reckless behavior, not all behavior.
If nobody else has jumped in here. Richard, with regard to the appropriate versus legal, I don't think we want to suggest that bicyclists should be able to bike at 25 miles an hour routinely in Central Park. I think appropriate was better than legal. Maybe they can enforce a speed limit, maybe they can't, but the way they address it is if cyclists are going recklessly when there are pedestrians around, then appropriate does a better job of that than legal. The other thing—
But if we're talking about obeying traffic laws and regulations, I mean, then again, it's a matter of reckless riding, because that's complete discretion of if they're riding recklessly, then it's not a speed limit issue, it's a recklessness issue.
But I think what, and they can speak to it, but I think what Susan and Barbara were looking for is if there's a red light, you stop and you say stopped, and you don't have to decide, are they reckless? It's a red light, you stop.
I think Rich is pointing out that on the speed limit issue, there is not well, I guess there were speed limit signs, but he was pointing out from past experience not having enforced, or the NYPD saying that they couldn't enforce that. And so perhaps that particular piece of it, we need to tinker with the wording or remove, but keep other parts that we know they can enforce, or edit that specific piece.
Maybe
Would
just
failure
put the
to
red lights
yield
in the
be a better
paths.
thing to include?
What? Didn't hear you, Mark.
I'm not sure if it's my turn because I have the screen minimized. Is failure to yield better than reference to the speed limit? Maybe the speed limit isn't the thing to put in.
Yeah.
I was going to suggest failure to yield for both the speed limit and the traffic signals. So I think Rich is right. What we're talking about here is essentially asking the police to enforce the biking equivalent of jaywalking, because as I said, there are 47 lights in the park. It was created for a motorized infrastructure. I'm one of those people who goes through the red lights, but I don't do it when there's somebody trying to cross. And that should be the standard, whether you have failed to yield to a pedestrian. And that's what the police should be enforcing. So change it to that.
Well, Ken, I think that's where we're split. I think there's some of us who think unless and until the signaling is changed. And we talked to Colleen about that, and we want to have another meeting about that. But I think some of us here, including the people that started this, are not about, okay, fine, run the red lights if you're not about to run somebody over, but otherwise just run right through. That's not where this came from.
Well, you have to have reason.
The whole reason for this was pedestrian safety, Clary.
Yes. Well, I don't know. I don't know whether I'm going to vote yes or no, so I'm finished.
Yeah, I mean, we have to have reasonable rules. You know, if rules are unreasonable, if conditions are unreasonable, people are not going to abide by them, and that's what's happening. I mean, I'd say 99% of the cyclists are going fairly slowly, but they are also rolling through the red lights because it's a park. We're trying to apply standards for the streets to a park, and that's completely inappropriate.
Could I suggest that I'm sorry to put them on the spot, and again, I can't see anybody's face because I got the screen share here. But I would be, if Susan or Barbara, who are the putative authors of this resolution, could comment on the language, I think that would be very helpful in framing whatever it is that we're going to vote on.
Thank you, Mark. Barbara, do you want to talk, or you want me to talk? Okay, Barbara's muted. I'd just like to say that.
Go ahead.
No, please, Barbara. You'll be more.
No, please, no, go ahead.
Yeah, you'll be more tactful than I will.
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
I I can't see the resolution anymore and I don't know how to get it back. So I'm sorry about that, but I think
Here,
this,
let me try it again. Keep talking, I'll try it again.
I think this is very, very simple. The lights are in the park. People they are supposed to follow the red light. They're supposed to stop at a red light. That is the law right now. And I think that we just need some enforcement. And that's what I'm asking for right now.
Can you see it now, Barbara?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
I don't think we need failure to yield there. I think it should be simple. Stopping at red lights, observing the legal speed limit, and riding on pedestrian-only paths. It's a very straightforward thing. There are so many other things we could go after right now. I mean, dropping cigarette butts, dogs off leash, there's like jaywalking, there's tons of stuff, but all we're specifically asking for are these things, just to compliance with the laws that are on the books right now. I would really appreciate everyone's support for this. I'm not trying to go after bicyclists. I mean, I just simply feel like the pedestrians of our community deserve our support to have these laws enforced. And as I put in the chat, the PEP officers should be called on to help with this as well. I actually saw a group of like 12 people riding their bikes on the Elm Walk on Saturday, right past a police vehicle, and they did nothing about it. Nothing. It was crowded. Nothing.
That's,
But then,
Susan, that's perfect. Can I chime in, say something? Susan,
Just finish my thought here. Then the other day, I saw one woman riding past a small little parks buggy thing, and the parks employee said, "Excuse me, madam, you're not supposed to be on your bike here." And she said, "Oh, okay." And she got off the bike. So, you know, I think there's no harm in letting both PEP and NYPD know that we would like them to enforce the laws in the books. Thanks, Howard.
And thank you. I think that that example is exactly why the police need discretion as to what they enforce, because like with cars, if there's a 25-mile speed limit, there is no policeman in the city that'll give a ticket to a car going 27 miles an hour when there's, you know, good sight lines and there's no one around. The police need some discretion. The police, maybe it's because I teach urban economics that I'm overly focused on the limited resources issue. The police need to go after the egregious violators. That's what they need to focus on. And if someone is going slowly through a red light in some obscure area of the park, we shouldn't be using our scarce resources to
Howard,
stop them.
what you're saying is that if somebody's murdered, nobody's watching, it shouldn't be enforced. That's ridiculous. A traffic light.
Wait, Susan.
A traffic light.
Are you? I let you
You're
finish.
breaking the law. You're breaking the law when you go through a traffic light. I think it's time to call the question. No, I really think it's time to call the question. It's already 10:15. I think it's time to call the question.
Susan, you had plenty of time to speak on this. I deserve a little time too. A murder is very different from going through a red light with no one around. They're totally different things. I want to put something in perspective. And again, maybe it's because I teach urban economics, I'm overly focused on this. The city is radically changing. There will be cuts that will spin your head around. The city is going to become dirtier and more unsafe. There are limited resources, and there are egregious activities throughout the streets, and there are very precious limited resources. And I think it's important for us to carefully consider how to deploy those precious resources. And if someone is doing something that doesn't harm anyone, we need, again, for all our safety, for your safety and for my safety, we need to defer to the police to figure out how those limited, very limited, and becoming even more limited resources are deployed. So that's why I think I can support a resolution which calls on the police to beef up enforcement against activities that pose a potential harm to pedestrians. But just to engage in enforcement for enforcement's sake is a waste of our resources at this time.
It's not enforcement for enforcement's sake. I'm not going to go on about this at great length. I simply want to say that I'm in the park, let's say between 6:30 or 7 in the morning and like 6 p.m. at night. This is not 3 in the morning. It's not a few people there. There are a lot of people there. I see police vehicles all over the place. They're not enforcing the laws. When I go and ask them about it, they say no. I think we need to do a resolution to let them know that the community board wants this enforced. That's it. I think it's more than time to call the question.
So the only thing, Susan, if I may jump in, do you really want me to eliminate failing to yield? Because that, I would think that you'd want that, but
No, it's fine. You can leave that in.
Yes. can we vote on this? Can
And I think
we're
it's
going
fine,
around in
actually.
circles? Can I just speak? We're going around in circles. Let's all in spirit come up with some type. Everyone give a little bit. The goal is to get something on pedestrians. We're digging in about wording. Let's just all compromise here and move forward and vote on it. I think the majority of the people on the phone want that. You know, we're speaking the same things over. Let's.
Well, not really. I would like a focus. I just want to say, I would like.
I'm fine with Mark or somebody else taking executive decision, coming up with some language and vote. If we vote it down and we vote it up. That's just
Yeah,
my-
Stephen, the only thing I would say to that is that we've had problems in the past. One of the things that we had discussed at the steering committee was voting on things that end up looking different than people expect. That's the only reason I put pen to paper on this, because nobody else did. And I wanted to honor that request. So I think taking 2 more seconds to be clear on what it is we're voting on so that we don't have that issue going forward. There are no hard feelings after this meeting, I think is useful. And so if I may just now take the floor and say, and I'm basically looking at Susan and Barbara because I kind of view this as your resolution. So do you want many cyclists? Is that how you want it to read?
Yes.
Okay.
I have something that goes more to the substance. I would like a focus on safety, pedestrian
Yeah,
safety.
pedestrian safety,
That-
I think, is the only way this is going to pass. I mean, I think we can argue the fine points tonight, but we also have to think about what's going to pass at the full board, you guys. And I think at the full board, something on pedestrian safety is going to get passed a lot sooner than something that indicts cyclists in the way that I think this resolution currently reads.
Elizabeth,
Tell me how to change it.
it talks about pedestrians in the first paragraph and the second paragraph. And if you want to say in the third paragraph to protect pedestrians, that's fine too, but it's all about pedestrians. I don't.
Right, but
see that problem.
the gist of the resolution is about cyclists failing to obey traffic laws. And that's
I don't read
fine.
it that, I don't read it that way.
Well, I do. Doesn't talk about cars.
So Elizabeth suggests some language.
I just think vehicles fail to obey traffic laws and regulations. If we're really making this about cyclists and other vehicles fail to obey traffic laws.
Oh, no.
No?
No, I mean, Barbara, but it's up Barbara and Susan.
Yeah.
It's theirs, but it's all
And
about.
again, if this is something that's focused on cyclists, that's fine. I just think without data, we have no data from the PD. The precinct was not in this meeting tonight. We have nobody from Parks who was at the meeting tonight. We have no data to show statistically like what's happening in the parks, how many signals there are, we've had a lot of people give anecdotes on how many there are too many, there are not enough. The speed limit issues, we have no empirical data to base this resolution on. And I just think whereas I am inclined to support it tonight, I fear that it will be a nightmare at the full board for us to pass and get what Barbara and Susan, and I think the majority of us want to do, which is increase pedestrian safety. That's all.
Well, I'm inclined to support it too, but we don't make any factual assertions for which we have no data. We make a couple of factual assertions which we all know are true, which is that many cyclists don't stop at red lights, don't yield, and some of them ride on the paths. We've all seen that. We're not missing
But
data.
many people are not wearing masks in Central Park, and they're putting people at risk too. So like if without numbers and without data, I just, that's my only argument is that, again, I think we're getting to where we need to get. I just worry about how this is going to get through the full board when we don't have sort of empirical data to back up the assumptions that we're talking about tonight.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Can I just ask a question? Is this going to apply to vehicles as well?
There
No.
are no cars in Central Park.
Wait, yes, there are. There are a lot of vehicles in Central Park. It's generally closed to traffic, but there are vehicles for all sorts of reasons in Central Park. They should adhere to these limits as well.
There's police vehicles and conservancy and beyond.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, a couple months ago, I saw two conservancy vehicles, small car-sized vehicles driving together. I was about to cross. I had the green light across the drive. They ran right to the red light. I wrote to Caroline Greenleaf shortly after that. She said, wow, give me the details. That's a complete no-no. I heard nothing more. But Howard or whoever it was
I
does.
had that same experience, Clary.
What?
I had that same exact experience.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
I don't have a problem,
Yeah.
but I don't
I
think
think
that's
it's imperative that we not just, it apply to all vehicles not just bicycles.
Right.
Well,
think
I
we
don't-
want
I don't
people
think
to
that's where
follow the
Susan and
rules in the
Barbara were
park.
coming.
It's simple. Like, we want people to follow the rules in the park during the COVID crisis. More people are coming into the park. We want everyone to follow the rules. It's largely vehicles, which includes cyclists.
What if we say many cyclists and service vehicles fail?
Well, I don't know if they're necessarily service vehicles. There are a
Well,
lot of
that's the only
delivery
ones that are
vehicles
legally
for the
there.
restaurants in the park. So they're not, I wouldn't call them service vehicles.
Well, the Boathouse Cafe is closed now, and that's not who's on the drives.
I don't know. I've seen a good number of cars in the park.
It's unbelievable. It's ridiculous. And that guy that sent me that email.
Well, Susan says add
Add
vehicles.
vehicles.
He's talked like 8 times on this. And they let him.
Folks, I'll remind some folks that you're not all muted, so if you're having any side conversations, they may be hearable to others. Please keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Susan said in the chat, sure, add vehicles to the resolution. Traffic regulation should be followed by all vehicles.
So where does that go? Many cyclists and other vehicles?
I would note that many is fairly subjective when we're not citing any data. So I think simply stating whether it's some or there are, I think Mark's original trying to draft said there are cyclists and vehicles, which we know that at least more than one vehicle is doing this. So.
Most.
Mark, can you possibly expand this? Because I can't read it.
Mark,
While
you've done a
he's
great
doing
job of
that,
this.
everybody stretch. Everybody stretch. Everybody breathe.
Is that better?
Yeah. Well, again, I don't think it's only cyclists that have failed to obey traffic laws. I think since
No, he's adding in, he's going to add in.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah.
So just somebody tell me, what am I adding? Many.
I would
first
just
of all-
say cyclists and other vehicles fail to obey traffic laws. Like, you know, a cyclist is a vehicle, right? I mean, it could be a scooter, it could be a,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Should I say in Central Park?
Yes.
Yeah.
Am I saying many or, first of all, I'm not saying any of this, so let me
Just say-
rephrase.
If you want to say some instead of many, I mean, it is many, but
Just
say some.
Just say cyclists.
Yeah, you don't need to have it to qualify.
You don't even need a qualifier. Jay's right. You could
Don't
just
have
say
to put
cyclist.
another adjective in.
Yeah, it's fine.
Done.
Okay, and then I wasn't clear on the discussion where we're going between legal speed limit and appropriate. But I guess if we have failure to yield, then the appropriate goes away and we stay with legal speed limit. Is that correct?
Or just say existing legal speed limit, like whatever the existing speed limit is. I mean, that's like what we're dealing with, right?
Take
Until
out
that gets
appropriate.
changed.
Okay,
Yeah, that's fine.
right. And it's a cyclist on the pedestrian path, so that does it.
So again, if I may interject, going to Susan and Barbara, who are the putative sponsors of this, is this what you want the group to vote on?
Mark, I think the only other thing in the third paragraph is if you're gonna reference cyclists and other vehicles in the second paragraph, it should say the same thing in the third.
Yes. Yes.
I still think Elizabeth made this point that I think there's an issue, there will be a risk at full board if this seems like a call upon the city to enforce every conceivable technical violation of the rules. I still think what motivated this is pedestrian safety, and I think it should be, that concept should be in the final draft. And I think that will make it more palatable to the full board. I think we should put in there the request that they impose the rules so as with a view towards increasing pedestrian safety.
Howard, so how about after on the last sentence, traffic laws and regulations and park rules to enhance pedestrian safety?
That's great.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you.
That way you've got it in each of the 3 paragraphs.
Or to ensure pedestrian
I think I
safety.
said that a while ago, right?
Or to ensure pedestrian safety.
You're not going to ensure it.
No,
Either
enhance
Can
is
ensure it.
fine. Call the question. How about, no, I
I
don't
think
think
we're ready to call the question.
I've had my hand up and I haven't. been called.
As has Julian, who hasn't spoken on this.
Well, first of all, I just want to make the point, I don't know whether we can actually vote on this because it really wasn't noticed to the community that we were going to have a resolution like this. All it says on the agenda is pedestrian and cyclist safety in parks. Nothing about enforcing the rules in Central Park on the drive and on the, this, I think we need to tell the community we're going to be discussing this before we vote on it.
Well, it is.
It's pedestrian.
I can see why people feel that way. It is also listed under an umbrella agenda item regarding enforcement of traffic and parking rules. So it was listed underneath an enforcement umbrella. That may alter some people's interpretation of that, may not.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think people should keep that in mind when they're voting.
Well, I just want to point out that this is why I begged you to have this as a separate item.
And it is.
We call the vote.
But the other problem with it is that the sponsors of it are being very inflexible and not entertaining getting rid of the stopping at red lights, which I think we would all agree in the best of all worlds, most of those should not be there. And it's infrastructure that was created for cars, and we're expecting cyclists in a recreational space to adhere to them. So we're just inviting the police to give tickets completely inappropriately and unfairly, frankly. I would, how about just failure to yield? If you're really concerned about pedestrian safety, just say enforce failures to yield. Why this focus and this obsession with forcing cyclists to stop at every red light, which is not going to happen?
Well, if I could say here as a co-chair on this one item, along with Elizabeth, number one, I think we can vote on it tonight. Number two, some of us will vote against it and some of us will vote for it. But I don't think that, I think the essence, very central to it is enforcement of red lights. You either vote for it or vote against it. And as I said, I think we really need to visit on a separate occasion as soon as we can, where those lights are, how they work, whether they all need to be there, how those push buttons work. But this resolution stands on its own. That's the laws as of today are what they are. And let's vote.
Yes.
Let's vote on jaywalking laws also.
Not tonight.
We'll say that for next meeting.
Yeah, joint. Can we do it joint, Howard?
Not to be technical.
Julian still has his hand up. I don't know.
It's always a pleasure.
Not to be technical, but when somebody calls the question, Robert's Rules of Order require a vote.
Yeah. So
in fairness to Julian, could we allow Julian to give a comment since he hasn't spoken yet?
I'm sorry. You know what? Doug is on the phone. So as soon as everybody's finished tinkering with the language, I need to read it again.
Okay, well, I think Julian's been waiting to speak.
Yeah, that's.
I just wanted to add briefly that it's 10:30 at night. I have school tomorrow and AP test this week, and I'd like to. I know we actually have another item on the agenda, I think too.
A couple more items.
Yeah, I know. I'm excited to go through all of them. I'm just also excited to get some sleep. So, I just the thoughts I was having is this issue. There are some issues we addressed at the board that are very subjective and can go either way. This is an issue about safety that I think we all agree on essentially. I think the differences in opinion have to do with specific phrasing and specific language, but I think this is not an issue that should have a split vote. This is an issue that we should be able to have unanimous, opinion on. And I'm fine voting now. I'm fine postponing till next meeting, but I'm thinking I feel like this is something we should all be able to get behind. And if we can't do that at this meeting, maybe we do a straw poll and see if it's still split the vote it is now. I don't want to, push something that's imperfect through full board and cause a whole big problem when this is something that we can all actually agree with. And if we just spent one more meeting talking about it, we could fine tune the language and get something that, passes easily. But I also understand the time sensitiveness, so I'm just aware of all that. But whatever the case is, I would appreciate it if we could vote on this now or make a decision soon.
Mark, just the one wording on ensure, could it be promote? Because I don't see how you ensure pedestrian safety. I just don't see how that's done.
Is that okay with everybody?
Yes.
Okay. So,
Or how about the word protect?
Let's,
I think promote's better.
again, I will call the question.
Call the question.
All right, so I'm going to read it for Doug, who's on the phone. Thank you, Doug. During COVID crisis, the use of Central Park by pedestrians is an essential means of recreation, exercise, and respite from the need to isolate at home. Cyclists and other vehicles in Central Park fail to obey traffic laws and regulations, such as stopping at red lights, failing to yield, pardon me, and failing to observe the legal speed limit. And there are cyclists who ride on pedestrian-only paths. This conduct places pedestrians at risk. Therefore,
Mark, your syntax has a problem. It should be failing to stop at red lights. It's failing.
I corrected that as I was going.
Mark, can I make a suggestion, Mark?
It's yours
It's
to make.
not corrected.
Maybe the second paragraph could read, cyclists and other vehicles in Central Park sometimes fail to obey traffic laws and regulations, such as stopping at red lights, failing to yield, failing. Great.
So you're inserting the word sometimes.
Right. So it's not an indictment of every bicyclist in every vehicle, because
Thank
they're not all doing this.
All right, so picking up from there, cyclists and other vehicles in Central Park sometimes fail to obey traffic laws and regulations, such as stopping at red lights.
Such as failing to stop at red lights. That's.
Why are we limiting this to during the COVID crisis?
Because that's
I
what
asked
the
that an hour ago.
item was. That's where I got off. Okay, so failing to stop at red lights, failing to yield, and failing to observe the legal speed limit. And there are also
cyclists who ride on pedestrian-only paths.
Okay.
Thank you.
This conduct places pedestrians at risk. Therefore, be it resolved that CP7 calls on, I'll spell it out, but NYPD and PEP to increase enforcement of violations by cyclists and other vehicles of traffic laws and regulations and park rules to promote pedestrian safety.
Great.
Okay. Everybody's seen it, right? I'm saving it and ending share.
We vote?
So it's a combined committee vote, right? Are we voting?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So those in favor of the resolution, combined transportation and P&E committees, raise your hands, please. I see Barbara personally. I've got Andrew. Let me just keep going. Clary.
Yes.
Susan, and Cindy makes 5. Keeping going, I've got Jay, Elizabeth, Doug McGowan, Natasha Kazmi, and William Ortiz makes 10. And I think that's everybody I've got. I'm going to go quickly to, and Doug, Doug, I'm sorry, no, try one more time. Doug, are you voting in favor?
In favor, yes.
Okay, I'm not sure everybody could see that. So that's 11.
As written, right?
Correct, thank you. Okay, so lower all hands. Interesting, I can't do that on panelists. I can only do that with attendees. Okay, so I need my panelists to lower their hands, please. That's you, Jay, and you, Elizabeth. Thank you. Now, those voting no, please raise your hand. I've got Ken, I've got Rich. Let me see. Doug already voted, so that's lowered hand. So that's no, I've got 2. Is there anybody else who's voting no that I don't have? I've just called out the 2. Okay. Anybody abstaining on either committee? I've got, let's see. I've got Sarah. Ken, you already voted, so I think Okay, so Ken's down. Okay, so I see Megan Howard abstaining physically, and Julian, you're abstaining? Is yes. Okay, so that's, so I have 11 to 2 to 4, and there's nobody who's ineligible, right?
Do we have any non-committee board members on?
I was going to go there next.
Okay,
I just wanted to
good.
make sure I got the committee vote correct. So the combined committee vote I have is 11 to 2 to 4 to 0. Anybody else keeping score? Is that what you have? Okay, well, I'm going to hope that's right.
Yep.
Now for non-committee board members, I'm not sure who all that is, but please raise your hand. So let's do in favor of. I see Stephen Brown, and I don't see anybody else. I'm checking attendees just to make sure. Doug already voted, and that's it. Okay, one, and so hand.
Did Doug Kleiman vote?
Doug Kleiman voted as a committee member.
Yes. Great.
And he voted in favor. All right, and I'm abstaining, and I don't think there's anybody else, is there?
Are Courtney and Rosa both committee members?
Oh, I'm sorry, Courtney is a non-committee board member, and Rosa, are you still with us? So Courtney, I'm just gonna put you on the spot, call your vote.
No problem. I'm actually abstaining.
I'm
abstaining too. Very good. And Rosa, did I hear you say you're abstaining?
Correct.
Thank you. So non-committee vote is 1 to 0 to 3 to 0. Are we done?
We're done with that item.
Okay.
So can we be clear, the resolution has passed?
The resolution passes 11 to 2 to 4 to 0. That's it. The combined committee vote is the only one that really matters.
Thanks.
I mean, I don't think, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. That's the one that controls whether it goes to full board.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you everyone for your patience on this.
All right, so that was the shared committee item with both, or shared agenda item with both committees. The remaining agenda items were, that we haven't discussed were Ken had some resolution language around safe routes for frontline delivery workers, and then any very quick one-line updates on past committee business and very quick ideas for future agenda items, which I've also been taking note of because we've been also making suggestions throughout this. So Mark, are you able to pull up that, I guess it's 3E agenda item for frontline delivery workers that Ken had suggested? And Ken, if you want to speak about this, that'd be great.
I could read it.
Is this the one?
Yeah.
Sure.
I'll read it. It's pretty small. It's called Safe Routes for Frontline Delivery Workers. Among those we applaud each night are the delivery cyclists who risk their lives to bring food to our doors so that we don't have to compromise our own health by venturing out. Yet these essential workers are constantly at risk of receiving $190 tickets, far more than they earn over a typical 10-hour shift, for rolling through red lights at nearly empty intersections. We call on the 20th and 24th precincts to focus their enforcement on vehicles and infractions that cause the most death and injury in New York City. And when enforcing against cyclists, to exercise their discretion by limiting enforcement to flagrantly dangerous behaviors. And I would just add that there is a precedent that all precincts exercise, which is that they will not give speeders a ticket unless they're going at least 6 miles an hour over the speed limit. That's for human enforced speeding. If it's a speed camera, it's 11 miles an hour over the speed limit. So they already exercised such discretion when it comes to drivers going 30 miles an hour, which is infinitely more dangerous than a guy rolling through an intersection. So that's all we're asking for, is some discretion here.
Questions, comments? Sorry.
Thank you for sharing the note about precedent in terms of the extent by which vehicles exceed speed limits. I don't see any hands raised. People may be exhausted from commenting on things. Stephen Brown, go ahead.
Yeah, I figured I think we're all tired. Look, you know, I have a question and then I have a statement. And the question first is this just to allow them, to break the laws in speeding? Is allow them to break the laws and going through red lights? Is it all laws that they can break? I'm just looking for clarification of what we're really asking for. Because it seems like we're basically, as a committee and a board, would be allowing them to look the other way on, and it seems kind of an extension of what we just talked about. But can I get some clarity on what law we are asking them to allow not to enforce?
Well, the focus is on the red light laws. As written, we're asking them to exercise their discretion and limit their enforcement to actions that are truly dangerous, such as failing to yield to a pedestrian or going the wrong way on a highly trafficked street, something like that.
Ken, would you be open to, in the very last sentence, it says by limiting enforcement to, would you be open to some sort of editing of your resolution to say, instead of by limiting enforcement to instead be like by prioritizing enforcement of?
Certainly.
Look, my statement is that I'd be just as we just voted in the park, I'd be very reticent to vote on anything as a committee or a community board that basically says we're making exceptions and allowing people to break the law. And candidly, I'm very empathetic, and I'm happy that delivery cyclists are working. I don't think they're first line workers. I applaud anybody who's working to put during this times because it's difficult. So I don't think it's within that. And quite candidly, I feel the opposite. If it was me, I spent the day bicycling Sunday, I biked the other day. The biggest problem that I have are delivery bicycles going the wrong way consistently. I'm 6'3", I'm 230, man. I almost got knocked over 4 times by delivery guys going the wrong way, and it upsets me. So I actually would feel the opposite and would have been proposing to enforce the law. So I'm not going to vote for this. I think we as a community board have to really step back and say, what type of message are we saying that we're going to allow it? I understand, Ken, your sentiment, and I don't know how to accomplish it to a certain degree, but I think that any statement that we would make as a community board basically okaying this would be a horrible statement moving forward. And quite candidly, I feel the opposite again. Specifically, that's why I asked you about the amount of delivery people going the wrong ways is the most dangerous to other bicyclists. And I consider myself an average bicyclist. I'm not a professional, but I'm not a newbie. And I can tell you on Sunday, 4 specific occasions, almost got knocked over going down Columbus, going up Amsterdam. And I would be very reticent and really would caution everyone voting on this to think what you're voting for. You're basically giving bicyclists the delivery bikes the right to break the law. And where does that stop?
No, Stephen, this is pretty narrowly.
I will vote no. I will vehemently speak definitely about this at the board meeting, and I would really caution both community.
Stephen, if I could just respond to Stephen really quickly.
You could respond, but let me just finish my thought. I will vote no, and I will vehemently against this.
Okay. What you described is a dangerous behavior. That's definitely prioritized here, and it calls for that. I mean, you wouldn't want them to be giving a cyclist a ticket for rolling through a red light at 4 miles an hour when nobody else was there and ignoring. And while they were doing that, they missed somebody who was going the wrong way and almost hitting you. You wouldn't want that. We're just asking for prioritization and discretion, the same that they give to drivers, which they give all the time.
Well, when I asked you, you said going the wrong way. I mean, that's
going the wrong way.
Reaction,
if it endangers people, they should definitely ticket it.
Oh, I'll let other people think. I think it's a fine line. I think once you open up Pandora's box, it's difficult.
Well, they've already opened the Pandora's box with
I
drivers.
understand your sentiment, but I think that that once you start to vote on things like this and you allow this, you're crossing a line that you can't do. If you want to have
But let me just chime in for a second. I support this. It's police have discretion as to what they enforce. They don't have the resources, nor would we want them to have the resources to be on top of every single person at every minute of the day to look for every conceivable technical infraction of the law. They use the discretion to give tickets to people who are flagrantly violating the law or creating unsafe conditions. And I think that's what this resolution calls for, to focus on safety. That's the most important thing. I know I sound like a broken record, but the city's resources are about to be pummeled. And I think more than ever, they have to laser focus on pedestrian safety, really enforcing what matters to us. And that's what we're calling for, to keep people safe and to use their discretion to do that. And so I think this is an important resolution.
Does this only in affect nighttime according to the wording?
Ken,
Where do you see that?
Yeah, I don't
Each
think
night, first line.
I can't read it.
That's
the 7 o'clock clap.
We're clapping for them. I don't know about you, but they're among the people I'm clapping for.
Hey, to the chairs, I want to note that when we're in this share screen mode, you can't see that Doug has his hand raised on his phone. So let's make sure we get him, okay?
Doug Kleiman, you want to talk right now?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Yes, please. So I have to say, I've been vocal about this before. I think the delivery workers, as much as I love them and respect them more than ever due to this crisis, they are also using this as an opportunity to flagrantly disobey the law even more. And I will tell you the reason why I'm calling in is because I am at my parents' house now. My father had an emergency and fell. I had to come here. What did I do? I grabbed a city bike and lawfully went down Broadway and almost got killed by a cyclist, delivery guy, going on a side street and almost T-boned me. He went through a red light and was going the wrong way on a particular side street. So this just happened prior to me. This is why I'm on the call right now. So this particular resolution, I think, actually cancels out the previous one. If you want emphasis on safety, I want more enforcement with these guys. I do not want to hurt their livelihood. I probably am one of the only people on this board that actually was a delivery person in this very neighborhood. I'm sympathetic to it. I used to curse them when they would go by me. I'm more lenient now because I know the essential service, but they will also hurt themselves. And I would not be in favor of voting anything. I think on this, I think this would be misconstrue the point. And I have to say that Stephen Brown covered most of my feelings about this. Thank you.
Let's hear from Courtney. She hasn't spoken tonight.
Yeah, hi. So I have a lot of thoughts, which is why I kind of have been quiet for a while. I'm a cyclist myself. However, I am also a mom, and I've had my stroller almost run into multiple times a day by cyclists who are breaking the law. My question is there any data behind this resolution? Do we know how many tickets they're writing? Do we know how many tickets they're writing for different infractions? Because that would be of interest to me, to have a sense of how large this problem is. And I go back to what has been said before about I find it hard to talk about enforcement without having the NYPD on this call. And I think anything that we would say that doesn't take their opinion and their experience and their recommendations into account would be a little premature. That's it.
Doug McGowan.
I'd like to add my voice to, I believe it was Stephen, Doug, and Courtney, I think your comment. As it relates to safety, I think it's disingenuous to discuss the frontline worker, specifically the delivery person, as rolling through red lights at nearly empty intersections. The majority of the frontline delivery workers at this point in time in New York City are using bikes with mechanical assistance, and they're moving at a considerable pace through those lights, or in the opposite direction. So, in agreement with the last resolution that we passed, focusing on following the rules is where I'm going to come down on this.
I have to agree with the last few speakers. I don't think we should be telling the police to look the other way against certain infractions. I think cyclists that are obeying the law deserve to be protected just as much as pedestrians and everybody else. And to tell people to use their judgment, I don't know, should we be telling the police that?
I agree. There are some comments in the side chat, and I'll repeat them. We've heard this again and again. Sarah notes that what the 20th precinct has said in the past is that they issue tickets in proportion to the number of crashes and injuries. Bikes cause about 3% of injuries, so the 20th precinct issues about 3% of their tickets to bikes, but we don't have updated data since the COVID crisis began. And again, Mark made overtures. We did try to get precinct colleagues on the line today. They can't use Zoom, but we tried to get them to call in, but they weren't able to, especially with their decreased bandwidth.
Rich?
Yeah, I mean, I've been saying for years that we should be having a discussion with BCI and the Transportation Committee about delivery bikes. And it's a really complicated issue that gets into immigration issues and business issues and just a lot of really complicated things. And I think a lot of people who are most opposed to the delivery cyclists are also the ones who expect when they call food for it to show up in 30 seconds and be hot and give a small tip. And I think it's a really complicated and difficult issue. And I'm both sympathetic to delivery cyclists, but I also feel that they very flagrantly ignore a lot of laws that shouldn't be ignored. And for me, I think cyclists should never ride the wrong way on a one-way street and should never ride on the sidewalk. And to that, I agree with Stephen and many others. I think those two just can't be violated because they just endanger pedestrians, and there are too many, especially elderly citizens in our district, who are terrified of bikes. And I think the delivery cyclists riding on the sidewalks and riding the wrong way cause a lot of that concern. At the same time, these poor guys are trying to scratch out a living. They're making almost no money. And if they were to actually follow the laws, they wouldn't make any money and their customers would be furious at them. So it's a really difficult issue. I'm wondering if there is some resolution that doesn't call for the police to ignore the issue, definitely doesn't say, doesn't tell the police what to do. And I worry that the past resolution we just passed was us calling on the police to tell them how to do their job. And I think we shouldn't be doing that. I think there are some violations, especially if they're stopped at a red light, there are no pedestrians around and they're turning or even going through the red light at a slow pace. That doesn't concern me anywhere near as much as if they're riding the wrong way down a one-way street, if they're riding on the sidewalk, or if they're flying through a red light, especially when they're pedestrians. So I'm wondering if there might be something we can do here, not to get the police to look the other way, not to call on the police not to enforce, but just to make sure that they're, I think as the resolution somewhat says, they're prioritizing their enforcement to flagrantly dangerous behaviors. I think is a statement that I think does make some sense.
Any other comments?
Yeah.
Okay, we really need to keep this meeting moving. I hope to wrap it up by 11.
I have my hand up.
Okay, Jay?
Just quickly, I apologize. I was called away for a phone call that I had to take, but so I didn't hear the entire discussion, but just to say that I don't think it's at all appropriate to pass a resolution calling for police not to enforce the laws.
Okay, I friendly amendment. Can we focus the resolution on calling on the police to focus their limited resources for enforcement on the most flagrant behavior that endangers pedestrian safety? How do people feel about that?
Well, the problem with that is, in my opinion, Howard, the other side of that coin is basically saying use your judgment and don't enforce the law, and you get into a whole.
No, it's saying that everyone knows that they have limited resources, especially, and again, the broken record here, their resources are going to get decimated now.
I understand.
Also, I just want to make the point that Ken made, they, as a matter of policy, do not enforce the law with regard to speeding vehicles unless they're going more than 6 miles. They use their discretion all the time. We're asking them to use that discretion to maximize pedestrian safety. That's what I think the focus should be.
Well, again, I just think it's inappropriate for a community board to pass anything that can be interpreted as saying that the laws shouldn't be enforced. I understand what you're saying, and the police, you're absolutely right. They don't, in a 25-mile zone, they don't ticket people who go 26 miles an hour. So they're always going to use their judgment.
I think asking them to focus their resources on the most egregious behavior is hardly telling them to just ignore the law. I don't think that's,
I'm not sure that I agree with that.
Okay. Anyone else? Because it's getting late. We really have to keep these comments moving.
I saw in the chat that limiting should be changed to prioritizing. Is that correct?
Yeah, I had suggested that, and Ken earlier said he was okay with it.
Can you read the key? Mark, I can't read this for the life of me. Can you read the key? I'm commenting on something I haven't read, frankly.
You're bound and determined to make me the author of these things, aren't you? Among those we applaud each night are the delivery cyclists who risk their lives to bring food to our doors so that we don't have to compromise our own health by venturing out. Yet these essential workers are constantly at risk of receiving $190 tickets, far more than they earn over a typical 10-hour shift, for rolling through red lights at nearly empty intersections. We call on the 20th and 24th precincts to focus their enforcement on vehicles and infractions that cause the most death and injury in New York City, and when enforcing against cyclists, to exercise their discretion by prioritizing enforcement to flagrantly dangerous behaviors.
I think this is an important pedestrian safety resolution, and I support it. I call the question.
Okay.
Hold on, question has been called. I'm gonna lower all the hands. Okay, you ready, Mark?
Go ahead. All those in favor, could you raise your hand either virtually or, all right, I'm going to call them out. I think that's the best way to make sure I get everybody. I've got Ken as a yes. I've got Howard as a yes. Doug, are you saying, Doug, your hand is raised. I'm guessing that that's left over from when you wanted to talk.
You're talking to Doug Kleiman?
Yeah.
Yes. You're calling for yes votes now, correct?
Correct, but your hand was up, so I want to make sure that's not what you want.
Yeah, that was left over for speaking. No, I'm
Very
not voting yes.
Okay, I've got Sarah is a yes, that's 3. Any more on the yeses? Okay, let's take the no, so hands down, please. Please lower your hands. Oh, I'm sorry, Rich, were you a yes?
I am a yes. And I just lowered my hand.
Okay, so I've got Ken, Howard, Rich, and Sarah is 4. Is that correct? I think that's correct. Okay, let's go for the no votes, committee only this time, by the way. I've got Barbara. Ken, your hand is still up. Okay. Barbara, Andrew, William, Jay. And I don't see any. Doug, are you able to talk?
Yes, voting no.
Voting no is, all right, thank you. Okay, and then abstaining, so hands down, please. Abstaining, Elizabeth, you are the committee, you're right. So Elizabeth and Meg and Julian, are you abstaining? Is that the correct? Okay, I got that. Let's see. Barbara, your hand is still up. I think you voted no, didn't you? Thanks. So I have 3 abstain, and then anybody, there's nobody that's ineligible, right? So I have 4 to 5 to 3 to 0. Resolution fails. There's no point in taking the non-committee vote. Well, I'm sorry, no, that's stupid. Non-committee board members in favor? I don't see anybody. Non-committee board members opposed? I see Susan's physical hand, Stephen Brown, Doug McGowan, and Clary. That's 4. Any more? I think that's everybody. Non-committee board members abstaining, me, Courtney. Stephen, your hand's still up. Rosa, are you abstaining?
Abstaining, yes.
Thank you. So it's 0 to 4 to 3 to 0 on the non-committee board. Thank you. Back to the chairs.
Okay, it's really late, so I just want to wrap this up in the next couple of minutes. We have 2 more things. We have the last item, which is future agenda items. And rather than discuss that in detail now, I don't think anyone has the energy for that. Please email me and Meg if you have anything for the next agenda. Please try to do it in the next week, or let's say week. So spend some time when you're refreshed and it's not 11 o'clock after a 3-hour meeting, thinking about what you want on the agenda, and within, let's say, a week, send it to us and we'll put something together.
I'll also note, I've been taking note of different suggestions made throughout this meeting, and we also have some other things to revisit, like join with Parks and Environment around our resolution that was passed at February full board for direct cross-route access to the park and the task force. So there are some other ongoing things to follow up that we know we'll put back on the agenda as well.
Great. And so just again, email us within the next week. Status update on previous committee business. I think we've discussed a lot of it during the course of this meeting. Meg, do you have anything else?
I think we heard from Colleen a little bit about the Central Park West bike lanes, but other pieces or follow-up will make sure we fit into future agendas. And I think also, as talking about future agendas, we'll have some serious discussions about time management as well, and what we can reasonably include on an agenda or not. So I think that'll be part of this as well.
Great. So unless there are any further...
Barbara's waving.
Yeah.
Barbara?
I had asked this once before and nothing really happened. I wanted to ask if you would consider starting this meeting at 6:30.
Oh, I actually want to put that on the agenda for next month's meeting, because I would like to raise the same question.
We could just...
we could do it. Let's just do it.
We ask the committee now.
Yep. Anyone have a violent objection? Good, done.
Thank you.
Motion to adjourn?
Yes.
One last item from me. The district needs statement, please also, in your planning for your next agenda, please consider whether there are budgetary items that, especially in the shrinking budget that we're all going to have to deal with, if there are budgetary items that you need to be expressing as a priority. Thanks very much.
Yep.
Good night.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Night.
Night, everybody.